Welcome back, fellow seekers of the shadows. You've tuned into Stories of Crime, the place where the veil between the mundane and the monstrous is brutally ripped away. Tonight, we aren't just reading a report. We are opening a file, marked top priority, tucked away in the darkest corner of the archives. We're going to step across that chalk line and peer into the void, where human nature meets its most terrifying extremes. In this hour, the street lights flicker, the shadows deepen, and the truth is often far more chilling than any fiction you could invent. Forget the heroes. Tonight, we focus on the villains. On the motives that curdle the blood, and the consequences that echo forever. So, dim the lights. Lock your doors. Take a deep, steadying breath, because once the story begins, there's no turning back. This is Stories of Crime. And the case we're unfolding tonight is Washington Confidential. Look, the city behind the monuments. Welcome, curious minds, to a journey unlike any you have embarked upon before. You might believe you know Washington, D.C., that majestic tapestry of power and prestige, its very name synonymous with democracy, liberty, and the unwavering ideals upon which this great nation was founded. Perhaps your mind conjures images of the gleaming white marble of the Lincoln Memorial standing resolute against the evening sky, or the dignified dome of the Capitol building, a beacon of legislative might. You envision the hallowed halls where laws are debated, where the future of a country, and indeed, often the world, is meticulously shaped. You might picture the dignified processions along the National Mall, the somber reflections at Arlington, or the bustling energy of embassies representing nations from every corner of the globe. This is the Washington, D.C. that is presented to the public, the one etched into postcards and history books, the one revered by tourists and citizens alike. It is a city of grand monuments, of meticulously manicured lawns, of inspiring speeches delivered from hallowed podiums. It is a city built on a foundation of visible principles, an architectural testament to transparency and accountability. Or so it appears. But what if I told you that beneath this gleaming, polished facade, behind those imposingly heavy oak doors, and within the very shadows cast by those monumental structures, lies another Washington entirely? A city of whispers and backroom deals, of compromised ideals and hidden desires, of power wielded not by the light of day, but by the cloak of night. This is the Washington, D.C. where human ambition, with all its inherent flaws and relentless drive, truly reigns supreme. This is the city of flesh and blood, of whispered secrets and hushed scandals, a realm where the lines between public service and private gain often blur into an indistinguishable, murky gray. Our objective in this inaugural chapter is simple yet profoundly crucial: to seize your attention, to ignite your curiosity, and to prepare your senses for the stark, often uncomfortable contrast we are about to explore. We aim to pierce through the pristine white marble and reveal the pulsating, often dark, underbelly that has coexisted with the grandeur since the Capitol's very inception. It is a world where the monumental symbolism of the city is constantly at odds with the all-too-human realities of its inhabitants. We are peeling back the layers, not with cynicism, but with a relentless pursuit of the truth, allowing you to witness the true dynamics of power that operate just beyond the public's gaze. Let us delve directly into the shadows, shall we, with an illustration from a bygone era, yet one that echoes through the corridors of power even today. Imagine, if you will, a crisp autumn evening in 1957. The cherry blossoms have long since faded, replaced by the russet and gold hues of a typical D.C. fall. Senator Everett Thompson, a man whose silver hair and booming, moralistic voice had captivated the nation for decades, was scheduled to give a keynote address at a charity gala benefiting underprivileged youth. Publicly, Thompson was a paragon of virtue, a fierce advocate for ethical governance, and a devoted family man. His speeches were often laced with condemnations of corruption, delivered with an almost puritanical fervor. Yet, on that very evening, as society's elite gathered in their finest attire, clinking champagne glasses and discussing the latest political maneuvers, Senator Thompson was nowhere to be found. His aides initially blamed a sudden, severe migraine, a plausible excuse given the senator's demanding schedule. But the truth, as it so often does in Washington, eventually seeped out through the cracks in the carefully constructed narrative. Thompson wasn't in bed with a migraine. He was, in fact, holed up in a nondescript suite at the Mayflower Hotel, not with his wife, but with a young, ambitious lobbyist, barely half his age. The scandal, however, wasn't merely one of infidelity, which, while damaging, could have. Do you honestly believe that every lobbyist's contribution is a simple act of democratic participation, or is it often a strategic investment, a lever pulled to nudge policy in a very specific, financially beneficial direction? What about the personal lives of those in power? Do their private indiscretions, their romantic entanglements, their financial vulnerabilities, truly remain separate from their public duties, or do they become potent weapons in the hands of rivals, or even, more chillingly, foreign adversaries? Think about the sheer volume of information that flows through Washington, D.C. every single day. Not just the official documents, the press releases, the prepared statements, but the rumors, the intelligence reports, the personal grievances, the ambitions, the anxieties, the secrets. Do you truly believe that all of this is processed and acted upon in full public view, under the scrutiny of an ever-present media? Or is there a vast, intricate network of back channels, unofficial conversations, and unspoken understandings that form the true operational core of the city? For example, a former high-ranking intelligence official once recounted a situation during the Cold War where a crucial piece of information about Soviet intentions wasn't conveyed through official channels or classified briefings. Instead, it was subtly leaked over a game of poker in a smoke-filled, dimly lit backroom of a Georgetown townhouse, attended by a bipartisan group of powerful figures. The source of the leak, a trusted aide to a cabinet secretary, couldn't risk a direct, attributable disclosure. The poker game offered plausible deniability, a setting where off the record became literal, and where a casual comment could carry the weight of national security. The information, initially dismissed as mere table talk, was picked up by a veteran senator with a knack for reading between the lines, and only then did it begin its arduous journey through official channels, albeit with its true origin shrouded in secrecy. This wasn't documented, wouldn't appear in any official history, yet it profoundly shaped policy. From a psychological perspective, this line of questioning is vital because it appeals directly to our innate desire for privileged information, for being an insider. We are all fascinated by what lies beneath the surface, by the hidden mechanisms that drive complex systems. When someone asks us to consider what really happens, it implies that there is a deeper, more authentic reality available to those willing to look. This fosters a sense of exclusivity, making the listener feel like they are about to be let into a secret club, privy to knowledge that the general public never accesses. It taps into our natural skepticism towards authority and our fascination with human agency, especially when it operates outside of prescribed norms. It confirms a suspicion many of us already harbor, that the public narrative is often just a simplified, sanitized version of a far more complex and often messy truth. It empowers you by offering the chance to understand the true levers of power, rather than just observing their public facade. Your practical step here is to engage actively with the material that follows. As we reveal the layers of Washington Confidential, do not simply absorb the information passively. Instead, challenge your own existing beliefs and assumptions. Think critically about the implications of each story, each revelation. Ask yourself, how does this piece of the puzzle alter my understanding of the Capitol? What does this tell me about the true nature of power, compromise, and ambition? This is an invitation to become a discerning observer, to train your mind to look beyond the headlines and the official pronouncements, to see the human drama unfolding in all its intricate, often contradictory, glory. It is about sharpening your perception, allowing you to read the true Washington, D.C., rather than just skimming its public pages. And now, for the commitment we ask of you, a commitment that will unlock and unpair. Psychologically, this immediately draws you in by subverting expectations and tapping into our curiosity about hypocrisy. We then challenged your perceptions directly, asking whether you truly understand the secret machinations that unfold behind the Capitol's closed doors, engaging your desire for insider knowledge and critical insight. Finally, we introduced the substantial commitment of 290 uninterrupted minutes, framing it not merely as a duration, but as an immersive expedition into the shadows, promising a level of depth and understanding rarely achieved. As we move forward, prepare to witness the evolution of Washington's confidential history. We will examine the forces that have shaped its secret life, from the earliest days of its construction to the complex power plays of the modern era. We will introduce you to the unsung heroes and the notorious villains, the forgotten scandals and the enduring mysteries that continue to define the true character of this monumental city. So, take a deep breath, settle in, and prepare to embark on an unforgettable journey. The pristine marble is merely a veneer, and now, we begin to chip it away, revealing the raw, beating heart of Washington Confidential. Let the revelations commence. Introduction, the narrator's POV. Welcome, fellow truth seeker, to a journey unlike any other, a descent into the whispered corridors and shadow-laden chambers of power, a world where secrets are currency and reputations are mere pawns in a grand, unseen game. My voice, as you now hear it, will be your sole companion, your unwavering guide, through the labyrinthine pathways of Washington Confidential. Consider me your seasoned operative, your trench-coated mentor, ready to peel back the layers of carefully constructed facades, revealing the raw, often unseemly, realities hidden beneath the polished veneer of America's capital. We are not here to merely read, we are here to investigate, to dissect, to scrutinize the very fabric of an era, guided by the original, unfiltered dispatches of two of the most audacious journalists of their time, Jack Le and Lee Mortimer. Our mission, should you choose to accept it, is to unearth the hidden narratives nestled within these pages, to sift through the clandestine files, the hushed testimonies, and the damning accusations that once sent shockwaves through the highest echelons of Washington society. This is not a casual stroll through history, it is a meticulous forensic examination. Together, we will navigate the intricate web of influence, vice, and political intrigue, piecing together a mosaic of an America that dared not speak its full name in polite company. Think of these chapters as meticulously organized dossiers, each one a window into a specific facet of a hidden world, and I, your trusted lead investigator, will be pointing out the crucial details, the subtle tells, and the gaping inconsistencies that others might have overlooked. We're stepping into the dusty, smoke-filled office of a hard-boiled private eye, the kind who knows the city's underbelly intimately, who understands that truth is rarely clean or simple, and who isn't afraid to get their hands dirty to find it. Are you prepared to look beyond the headlines, beyond the official statements, and into the very heart of the matter? I certainly hope so, because the journey we're embarking upon demands an open mind and a healthy skepticism for everything we thought we knew. Now, let's talk about the very essence of our collaboration, this peculiar bond we're forging. I intend to adopt a conversational, almost conspiratorial tone throughout this audiobook, and there's a very deliberate reason for that. Imagine, if you will, that we're sharing a clandestine late-night coffee in a booth at an out-of-the-way diner, the steam from the ceramic mugs fogging the window as we whisper about things not meant for public consumption. Or perhaps we're huddled in a dimly lit study, the weighty original volume of Washington Confidential open between us, its brittle pages exuding the scent of aged paper and forgotten secrets. My voice, in this context, isn't merely presenting information, it's confiding in you, sharing insights gained from long hours poring over these very documents, understanding the subtle undertones and the unstated implications that the casual reader might miss. I'll lean in, metaphorically speaking, to share an observation, to pose a provocative question, to highlight a particular turn of phrase by Le and Mortimer that reveals far more than it overtly states. Do you see it? I might ask, that slight tremor in the description, that almost imperceptible hint of something far more unsettling beneath the surface. This isn't just a narration, it's an invitation to join me in a shared intellectual adventure, a mutual uncovering. As a real-world storytelling example, consider a moment when Le and Mortimer discuss a seemingly innocuous figure, a minor bureaucrat, whose name pops up repeatedly in different circles. Instead of simply reading the text, I might interject, "Now, pay very close attention to this individual. On the surface, they seem like just another cog in the bureaucratic machine, don't they? But notice how their name surfaces in connection with a lobbying effort here, then a socialites' party there, and suddenly, a quiet legislat." McCarthyism was on the rise, casting a long, chilling shadow of suspicion and paranoia across the land. The fear of communism, of internal subversion, was palpable, almost a living entity. Conformity was largely expected, and any challenge to the perceived moral rectitude of American institutions, especially its government, was met with fierce resistance, often labeled as unpatriotic or even seditious. Into this powder keg of Cold War anxiety and simmering social tensions, Washington Confidential landed like a bombshell. It wasn't just a book, it was an expose, a blistering indictment that dared to lift the meticulously maintained veil of respectability from the nation's capital, revealing a festering underbelly of vice, corruption, and moral decay. It spoke of illicit affairs, of sexual indiscretions, of influence peddling, of racial tensions, and of the pervasive presence of organized crime infiltrating the very halls of power. It wasn't merely scandalous, it was revolutionary in its bluntness, its willingness to name names and pull back the curtain on the hypocrisy it perceived at the heart of the American dream. Its impact was immediate, explosive, and polarizing, sparking outrage, condemnation, and an undeniable surge in sales. For a real-world storytelling example of this impact, picture the scene: a copy of Washington Confidential arrives on the desk of a prominent senator, perhaps one who had cultivated an image of unimpeachable virtue. He rips open the brown paper wrapper, his brow furrowed with curiosity, perhaps a touch of dismissive amusement. But as he reads, his face pales. He sees names he knows, situations he's only heard whispered about in hushed tones after too many drinks, perhaps even veiled references to himself or his associates. The book doesn't just critique, it alleges, it accuses, it points fingers directly. Suddenly, the senator isn't just reading a sensationalist exposé, he's confronting a potential threat to his career, his reputation, his entire carefully constructed world. Meanwhile, across the nation, average citizens are devouring the book, some with outrage, others with a grim satisfaction that their suspicions about the powerful were being confirmed. It created a genuine public sensation, a ripple effect that touched every stratum of society, from the working-class reader in a diner to the power broker behind a mahogany desk. It became the topic of fervent discussion in living rooms, on train commutes, and within the very government offices it sought to expose. The book itself became a character in the unfolding drama of early 1950s America, a symbol of journalistic courage to some, and irresponsible sensationalism to others. Psychologically, understanding this historical context is paramount because it allows us to fully grasp the audacity and the stakes involved. Humans are inherently drawn to narratives of transgression and revelation, especially when they involve figures of authority and power. The book tapped into a collective societal anxiety about corruption and hypocrisy, confirming deeply held suspicions for many, while simultaneously shocking and offending those who preferred to maintain a sanitized image of their leaders. It satisfied a primal curiosity about what goes on behind closed doors, appealing to our fascination with forbidden knowledge and the unraveling of grand illusions. By placing ourselves in the shoes of a 1951 reader, we appreciate the sheer courage, or perhaps foolhardiness, it took for Le and Mortimer to publish such an unsparing account, and the tremendous social and political pressure they must have faced. It makes the text not merely a historical document, but a living artifact of defiance, a testament to the power of the printed word to challenge the status quo. Without this lens, much of the book's original power and resonance would be lost on a modern audience. Therefore, for your practical application steps as a listener, I implore you to immerse yourself in this historical milieu. As we proceed through the chapters, constantly ask yourself. There's an inherent thrill in the hunt for truth, in uncovering hidden patterns, and in connecting the dots to form a coherent picture. This collaborative approach enhances retention, encourages critical thinking, and fosters a deeper emotional and intellectual investment in the material. It's about more than just remembering facts, it's about understanding the mechanics of how secrets are kept and how they are ultimately, sometimes explosively, revealed. It gives you ownership over your learning experience, making you an integral part of the narrative's unfolding. So, your practical application steps for this aspect are quite clear. Actively embrace your role as a detective. As we move from chapter to chapter, file to file, try to anticipate the next revelation. Formulate your own hypotheses about the connections between the people and events Le and Mortimer describe. Consider the implications of each new piece of information and how it might alter your understanding of the broader picture. Don't be afraid to mentally challenge the author's interpretations, or even my own. A good detective doesn't just accept evidence, they interrogate it. Make mental notes, draw your own conclusions, and allow yourself to be surprised by the revelations. This active, investigative approach will ensure that you don't merely consume this audiobook, you participate in its creation, building a rich, nuanced understanding of Washington Confidential and its scandalous legacy. In essence, what we're embarking upon is more than just an audiobook, it's an archaeological dig into the cultural and political bedrock of mid-century America, guided by two intrepid, some might say audacious, chroniclers of their time. I am here to facilitate that excavation, to shine a light into the forgotten corners, and to provide the context necessary to truly appreciate the seismic impact of Washington Confidential. We've established our bond, understood the historical crucible from which this book emerged, and laid out our investigative trajectory. From this point forward, every word, every anecdote, every accusation from Le and Mortimer will be viewed through the lens of a shared inquiry, a mutual quest for understanding. So, straighten your fedora, adjust your trench coat, and prepare your intellect, because in our next session, we will open the very first of these confidential files and begin our deep dive into the raw, unvarnished reality of a capital city caught between its public image and its private transgressions. The truth, as they say, is often stranger, and certainly more compelling, than fiction. Let's begin our inquiry. Chapter 1, The Blueprint of Corruption. Welcome, esteemed listener, to Washington Confidential. In this journey, we pull back the ornate velvet curtains, revealing the hidden machinations that have shaped and continue to influence the heart of American power. We begin our exploration not with grand proclamations, but with the very bedrock of the nation's capital. Our first chapter, The Blueprint of Corruption, delves into a profound and often overlooked truth, that the city's foundational structure, its very genesis, inadvertently laid the groundwork for secret networks to not only survive but to thrive, intertwining themselves with the visible threads of democracy. Consider for a moment the very idea of a capital city, purpose-built from the ground up. Washington, D.C. was not an organic growth, it was a deliberate, visionary, almost utopian design. Pierre-Charles L'Enfant's grand plan envisioned sweeping avenues, symbolic alignments, and a clear separation of powers through distinct governmental quadrants. But what happens when idealism meets the gritty reality of human ambition? What happens when grand design encounters the relentless drive for influence and control? The answer, as we shall uncover, is the emergence of a subterranean world, a shadow government operating just beneath the polished surface of officialdom, exploiting every structural nuance for its own benefit. This isn't merely a tale of bad actors, it's a story about environment. Imagine a magnificent, complex machine, designed for noble purpose. If, however, there are unobserved gaps, unseen conduits, or neglected maintenance ports, these can become entry points for a different kind of operator, one who learns to manipulate the system from within, away from the public eye. Washington, D.C., in its magnificent design, unwittingly created just such a landscape, a perfect storm of political opportunity, ambition, and anonymity that allowed secret networks to flourish. It wasn't designed to be corrupt, but its very design offered fertile ground for a particular strain of clandestine influence. How could a city built on Enlightenment principles become such a hotbed for backroom deals? Let's peel back these layers together. Our journey begins in the early days, tracing the genesis of what we now recognize as political machines within the nation's capital. The grand vision of L'Enfant and the Founding Fathers, while noble, was soon confronted by the very human realities of governance. A nascent federal city required infrastructure, services, and most importantly, people to run it. As the capital grew, particularly in the tumultuous decades following the Civil War, the mechanisms of power became increasingly intricate. This period was not just about rebuilding the nation, it was about building the federal government itself into a truly massive enterprise, requiring thousands of appointments, contracts, and decisions. And wherever there is a concentration of power and resources, the gravitational pull of influence begins. Picture, if you will, the bustling streets of Washington in the late 19th century. The city was a magnet for ambitious individuals seeking their fortune, their influence, or simply a job. With a relatively small, yet rapidly expanding, federal workforce, opportunities for patronage were abundant. Political machines, as we understand them, often thrive in environments where there's a disconnect between official government structures and the immediate needs of a growing population. While Washington, D.C. didn't have a direct equivalent to the infamous Tammany Hall in New York, with its street-level ward bosses distributing coal and jobs in exchange for votes, it developed a uniquely federal flavor of machine politics. Here, the currency wasn't just coal, it was access, information, and federal appointments. Consider the Federal Patronage Syndicate, a term we might apply to the informal yet highly effective network that emerged. This wasn't a single, organized entity with a fancy name, but rather a constellation of interconnected individuals and factions. These were the men, Antixa. For an aspiring civil servant or a businessman seeking a government contract, aligning with the syndicate offered a clear path to success, a shortcut through the often impenetrable bureaucracy. The psychological cost of not conforming was often significant: stalled careers, lost opportunities, or even social and professional ostracism. Those at the top of these machines, meanwhile, were driven by a different set of psychological factors: the intoxicating allure of power, the satisfaction of orchestrating complex maneuvers, and the sheer intellectual challenge of manipulating systems and people. They saw themselves as pragmatic realists, navigating a world of competing interests, ensuring stability and their own dominance through carefully managed influence. It was a game of chess played with human pawns and legislative outcomes as the prize. For us, as listeners, understanding this early blueprint offers crucial practical application steps. How do we recognize the modern equivalents of such systems? Start by observing local and national appointments. Are there patterns of individuals from specific networks consistently receiving key positions, even without obvious qualifications? Track legislative outcomes. Do certain industries or individuals consistently benefit from specific policy decisions, irrespective of broader public sentiment? Look at the flow of government contracts. are they consistently awarded to a small group of well-connected firms? These aren't necessarily signs of corruption, but they are indicators of influence, and where influence is consolidated, the potential for an entrenched system, a modern patronage syndicate, often exists. It's about discerning patterns that suggest an underlying, unofficial power structure at play, quietly shaping decisions. From these early, burgeoning machines, a more refined and enduring form of shadow government began to emerge. These were not the transient party bosses, but the long-game players, the true architects of enduring, clandestine influence. Their power was not solely dependent on election cycles or shifts in public sentiment, it was built on deep, institutional knowledge, meticulously cultivated relationships, and an almost supernatural understanding of how the levers of power truly operate, regardless of who sat in the Oval Office or chaired a congressional committee. Let me introduce you to a few archetypes, figures who represent the very essence of this shadow government, vivid characterizations that encapsulate the forces at play. First, imagine Augustus Gus Thorne. Gus was never an elected official, nor did he ever hold a cabinet position. Yet, for nearly 50 years, he was arguably one of the most powerful men in Washington. Gus was the consummate insider, a legal counsel by profession, but truly a master of strategic negotiation and legislative maneuvering. He operated out of a discreet Georgetown brownstone, its elegant facade belying the sheer volume of high-stakes deals brokered within its walls. Gus had begun his career as a young congressional aide, observing, learning, and meticulously cataloging every favor owed, every secret whispered, every potential vulnerability. He cultivated relationships with generations of politicians, judges, and industrialists, becoming their trusted confidant and, more often than not, their shadow strategist. He knew precisely which paragraph in a 1,000-page bill could be subtly altered to benefit a specific client, which amendment could be attached in the dead of night to derail an opposing interest, and exactly how much pressure could be applied to a wavering senator without triggering alarm bells. His power was derived from an unparalleled network and an encyclopedic memory for compromise and coercion. He wasn't loud, he was omnipresent, like the deep hum of the city itself. Then, there was Eleanor Vance. While Gus Thorne thrived in the shadows, Eleanor operated in the dazzling, if carefully curated, light of Washington's social scene. The heiress to an industrial fortune, Eleanor was far more than a Socha. They are patient, they are strategic, and they view the entire political landscape as a manipulable system. For us, the listeners, the practical application steps in identifying such covert influence today are more crucial than ever. How do we spot the modern Gus Thornes, Eleanor Vances, and Marcus Bellwethers? It requires looking beyond official titles and public statements. Follow the money trail, not just campaign donations, but also consulting fees, lobbying expenditures, and private investments that align with legislative outcomes. Observe patterns of sudden shifts in policy or the rapid ascent of obscure individuals into positions of power. Who truly benefits? Scrutinize the composition of advisory boards and think tanks, noting who funds them and whose interests they consistently champion. Listen for the subtle echoes of rhetoric or policy proposals that seem to emanate from unofficial sources before they appear in mainstream discourse. It demands a heightened sense of critical awareness, a willingness to question the obvious narrative, and to dig deeper into the interconnected web of power, money, and influence that operates in the shadows. It's about cultivating the habit of asking who benefits, when confronted with seemingly innocuous political or economic decisions. Throughout this chapter, we have meticulously set the pacing for a steady, suspenseful narrative flow. Our goal is not to deliver sensational revelations in a single burst, but to build an understanding of how these intricate networks operate, layer by painstaking layer. We deliberately move through the historical context, the theoretical constructs, and the vivid characterizations, allowing the weight of this information to settle, much like the slow, inexorable accumulation of power by those operating outside the spotlight. We want you to feel the subtle tension, the quiet hum of unseen forces at work, rather than a jarring shock. The true nature of Washington Confidential is not about fleeting scandals, it's about the enduring structures of influence. The design of this narrative, its deliberate unfolding, mirrors the slow, methodical way in which these secret networks consolidate power. There are no dramatic explosions, no sudden, theatrical unveilings. Instead, it's a gradual reveal, a weaving of threads that slowly form a complete, if disturbing, tapestry. The suspense lies not in what will happen next week, but in the chilling realization of how deeply entrenched these systems have become over decades, even centuries. We are building a foundation of understanding, allowing the implications of each detail to resonate, prompting questions within your own mind. How far does this go? Who else is involved? What does this mean for the future? This gradual exposition aims to create a more profound and lasting impact than any rapid-fire exposé possibly could. Psychologically, why does this steady, suspenseful approach engage us so deeply? It taps into our innate human curiosity, our desire to solve puzzles, to connect disparate pieces of information into a coherent whole. It mirrors the way our minds process complex realities, moving from initial observation to deeper analysis. When a story unfolds slowly, it allows us to become invested, to mentally participate in the investigation, making the revelations far more impactful. It's a process of guided discovery, where the gradual accumulation of facts leads to an inevitable and often unsettling conclusion. This measured pace builds emotional investment, ensuring that when the full picture eventually emerges, its weight is fully felt, its implications fully absorbed. It's a testament to the power of thoughtful storytelling, where the journey itself is as significant as the destination. As a listener, you can actively apply this understanding of pacing to how you consume information and analyze real-world events. Notice how news cycles often sensationalize individual events, but rarely connect them to deeper, structural patterns. Appreciate how a deeper, more nuanced investigation, even if slower. Chapter 2, High Society and Low Morals. Welcome back to Washington Confidential, where we peel back the layers of power, pretense, and the persistent human drama that unfolds in the nation's capital. In our previous chapter, we set the stage, introducing the unique ecosystem of Washington, D.C., a city both profoundly influential and perpetually shrouded in a certain kind of intrigue. Now, we delve deeper, moving from the general atmosphere to the specific, often breathtaking, realities that shape the lives of its most prominent inhabitants. Today, we confront the very heart of the confidential aspect of our story as we explore high society and low morals. Our core concept for this chapter is nothing less than the unmasking of the often shockingly hypocritical lifestyles of the Washington elite. This isn't just about gossip, it's about understanding the fundamental disconnect between the public image projected by those in power and the private lives they led behind closed doors. It's about recognizing the intricate dance between virtues signaled loudly from podiums and vices quietly indulged in clandestine corners. What does it mean for a democracy when its leaders preach one thing and practice another, often with impunity? How does this duality impact policy, public trust, and the very fabric of society? These are the questions we'll seek to answer, not with judgment alone, but with a keen eye for the human complexities at play. This isn't a simple tale of good versus evil, it's a profound exploration of human fallibility, the corrupting influence of power, and the elaborate systems of denial and complicity that allow such contradictions to flourish. We are about to step into a world where appearances were everything, and reality was a closely guarded secret, a world where the lines between duty and desire were perpetually blurred. One of the most vivid and telling manifestations of this duality was found in the lavish, clandestine parties that permeated Washington society during this era. Imagine, if you will, stepping through a heavy oak door, leaving behind the cool, crisp night air of a respectable residential street. Suddenly, you're enveloped by a completely different world. The air inside is thick with the scent of imported tobacco, expensive French perfume, and the subtle, intoxicating aroma of forbidden spirits. The clinking of crystal glasses forms a rhythmic underscore to the low hum of hushed conversations, occasionally punctuated by a burst of laughter that seems just a little too loud, a little too carefree. The lighting is always dim, casting long, dancing shadows that seem to swallow secrets as quickly as they are whispered. Here, men in impeccably tailored suits and women draped in shimmering silks and furs mingled, their faces often flushed not just from the warmth of the room, but from the thrill of transgression. This wasn't just social mingling, it was a carefully choreographed ballet of power and pleasure. Deals were struck over brimming whiskey tumblers, careers were subtly advanced or quietly sabotaged with a knowing glance, and illicit relationships blossomed in darkened alcoves, fueled by alcohol and ambition. The music, perhaps a sultry jazz tune or a foxtrot played by a small, discreet orchestra, provided a seductive backdrop to this private theater of desire. It was in these hidden salons, behind drawn velvet curtains and triple-locked doors, that the true Washington operated, far removed from the sober debates of the Capitol or the moralizing pronouncements of the press. Here, a senator might be seen with a woman who was decidedly not his wife, a powerful lobbyist might be exchanging discreet envelopes, or a high-ranking official might be gambling away more than just his evening's winnings. The rules of public decorum simply did not apply, replaced instead by an unspoken code of silence, mutual protection, and shared indulgence. To illustrate this, let us consider a specific, albeit composite, scenario. Picture Senator Maxwell Thorne, a man known publicly for his stern demeanor and his fervent speeches on fiscal conservatism and family values. On a Tuesday evening, following a particularly grueling session advocating for stricter moral guidelines in public education, Senator Thorne might be found at one of these clandestine gatherings, perhaps at a townhouse owned by a prominent industrialist with significant interests before Congress. As the night deepens, the senator, loosening his tie, finds himself in a corner, far from the main revelry, engaged in an intimate conversation with a young, vivacious lobbyist representing a rival industrial concern. Her hand rests lightly on his arm as she whispers something in his ear, her eyes sparkling with an unreadable mix of professional ambition and personal allure. They share a clandestine bottle of champagne, sourced illegally due to prohibition, their voices growing softer, their bodies closer. This isn't merely a business discussion, it's an entanglement, a blurring of lines where professional influence is interwoven with personal intimacy, all under the cloak of secrecy and shared illicit pleasure. The air is thick with the weight of unsaid things, the unspoken agreement that what happens here, stays here. The senator, who just hours before had lectured on the sanctity of marriage and the dangers of moral decay, is now, in this moment, deeply entrenched in an environment that actively defies those very principles. The exquisite canapés, the flowing illegal liquor, the hushed laughter, all serve as props in this grand, unspoken play of power, seduction, and the quiet compromise of principles. Psychologically, why do these elaborate, clandestine parties matter so much? They serve as a powerful testament to the allure of power and the human need for escape, particularly for individuals living under intense public scrutiny. For many of Washington's elite, these gatherings offer. Let's conjure another illustrative scenario, imagining a prominent figure we'll call Congressman Robert Davies, a man celebrated for his booming voice and his tireless efforts to pass legislation enforcing Sunday blue laws and stricter censorship on what he deemed immoral entertainment. He frequently spoke of the moral decay gripping the nation and the need for a return to traditional values, often invoking religious scripture in his speeches. However, when the lights of the Capitol faded, Congressman Davies transformed. We might envision him regularly frequenting a discreet gambling den nestled above a seemingly innocuous haberdashery in a less traveled part of the city. Here, the air would be thick with cigar smoke and the scent of cheap gin, a stark contrast to the antiseptic halls of power. On a particular evening, after a long day spent railing against the evils of card games and the corrupting influence of speakeasies, Congressman Davies is seen hunched over a poker table, his face flushed, stacks of chips before him. His carefully cultivated public persona of the moral guardian is completely shed. Later, perhaps, he finds himself in the company of a young woman, not his wife, in a rented room upstairs, arranged by one of his fixers. The very moral fabric he so passionately advocated for in public was unraveling in his private hours, not in a moment of weakness, but as a consistent pattern of behavior, a carefully maintained double life that he likely believed was his prerogative as a man of influence and power. His fiery rhetoric was a smokescreen, a performance designed to deflect attention from his own profound deviations. From a psychological perspective, this widespread hypocrisy and compartmentalization are deeply significant. It speaks to the concept of moral licensing, where past good deeds or public displays of virtue can subconsciously give an individual permission to then engage in less ethical behavior. The act of publicly championing morality might, for some, serve as a kind of absolution, a way to balance the scales in their own minds. Furthermore, the immense pressure to maintain a spotless public image in a highly scrutinized environment can lead to extreme cognitive dissonance. To cope, individuals develop sophisticated mechanisms for compartmentalization, effectively creating two separate realities, the public one, governed by strict rules, and the private one, where those rules are relaxed or entirely absent. This isn't necessarily a conscious decision to be malicious, it's often a complex interplay of self-deception, the corrupting influence of unchecked power, and the profound human capacity for rationalization. The stakes are also high. Exposure would mean not just personal shame but political ruin. This fear drives an even deeper need for secrecy and an elaborate web of complicity, where those around the powerful figures often become enablers, further entrenching the behavior. What practical application steps can we, the listeners, derive from understanding this historical dynamic? First, develop a keen ability to scrutinize the congruity between public statements and observed actions. Does a leader's rhetoric align with their behavior, or do they seem to exist in two separate moral universes? This isn't about fostering cynicism but cultivating discernment. Second, recognize the psychological mechanisms at play. Understand that individuals under immense pressure often develop coping strategies, including compartmentalization and moral licensing, which can lead to hypocrisy. Knowing this helps us analyze motives and patterns more deeply. Third, challenge the narratives that portray public figures as either entirely virtuous or entirely villainous. The truth is almost always more complex, residing in the messy middle where human frailty meets the demands of power. By looking beyond the surface, we can better understand the forces that shape leadership and contribute to ethical lapses, both in the past and in our present-day political landscape. It encourages us to ask not just what did This empathetic lens doesn't absolve them of responsibility, but it does allow for a more complete, and ultimately more truthful, historical narrative. What practical application steps can we take from this empathetic character profiling? Firstly, cultivate a habit of looking beyond headlines and sound bites. Seek out biographies, historical analyses, and diverse perspectives that offer deeper insights into the complex lives of historical and contemporary figures. This encourages a more holistic understanding rather than relying on simplistic narratives. Secondly, practice perspective taking. When you encounter a public figure whose actions you find objectionable, try to consider the potential pressures, personal histories, and systemic factors that might have contributed to their behavior. Again, this is not about excusing, but about understanding the multifaceted nature of human motivation. Lastly, apply this empathetic lens to your own interactions and judgments. Recognize that everyone, including yourself, is a complex individual with internal struggles, and that outward appearances rarely tell the full story. This fosters a more nuanced and compassionate approach to human behavior in general, ultimately leading to greater wisdom and insight into the perpetual drama of power, morality, and individual choice that defines human history. As we conclude this chapter on high society and low morals, we've journeyed into the hidden corners of Washington, D.C., peeling back the curtain on a world where public pronouncements often masked private indulgences. We've seen how lavish, clandestine parties provided a stage for illicit dealings and forbidden pleasures, a stark contrast to the image of rectitude presented to the nation. We've confronted the profound hypocrisy of leaders who championed morality while secretly engaging in the very vices they condemned. And crucially, we've sought to humanize these flawed figures, understanding that behind the scandal and the power, there were complex individuals driven by ambition, loneliness, and the constant pressures of public life. The insights from this chapter are far from mere historical curiosities. They offer a potent lesson in the enduring nature of human fallibility and the seductive, often corrupting, influence of power. They challenge us to look beyond the surface, to question official narratives, and to seek a deeper, more nuanced understanding of those who govern us. For in every era, and in every seat of power, the tension between public expectation and private reality continues to play out, often in ways that are remarkably similar to the Washington of old. So, as we prepare to move forward, remember these lessons. Remember the power of the hidden story, the importance of discernment, and the profound complexity of the human heart, particularly when it beats within the confines of power. Join us next time, as we turn our attention to the intricate web of lobbying and influence peddling, a system that, then as now, shaped policy and power in ways the public rarely saw. What forces truly moved the levers of government, and who were the unseen hands guiding them? We'll explore these questions and more, in our next chapter. Chapter 3, The Shadow Economy of the Capital. Welcome back, listeners, to Washington Confidential. In our previous chapters, we peeled back the layers of power and influence, exploring the visible architecture of America's capital. But today, we descend into a realm far less illuminated, a shadowy domain where fortunes are made and empires are built through means that rarely see the light of day. We are venturing into Chapter 3, the shadow economy of the capital, where we will detail the illicit financial streams that have, in a very real sense, fueled the city's growth, silently shaping its destiny and the lives of those within its orbit. Imagine, if you will, the bustling streets of Washington, D.C., the grand monuments, the iconic government buildings, the impressive facades of corporate headquarters and lobbying firms. What you see is only one dimension of this powerful metropolis. Beneath that polished surface, a vast, intricate network of unreported transactions, undeclared income, and meticulously disguised exchanges of value operates with astonishing efficiency. This isn't merely about small-time corruption, it's about systemic practices that have become so interwoven with the city's political and economic landscape that they are almost normalized, existing in a permanent twilight zone between legality and illegality. These are the illicit financial streams that provide lubrication to the machinery of power, that fund lavish lifestyles, and that often dictate the very outcomes of legislative battles. They are the unseen currents that pull the city in directions often divergent from the public interest, yet always in service of private gain. Now, let's unpack one of the most potent instruments within this shadow economy: political bribery. When we hear the word bribery, many of us conjure images from old movies, a briefcase full of unmarked bills exchanging hands in a dark alley. But in the sophisticated ecosystem of Washington, the mechanics are far more nuanced, far more artful, and therefore, far more insidious. Direct cash payments, while not entirely extinct, are increasingly rare and considered amateurish. Modern political bribery operates through layers of obfuscation, designed to provide plausible deniability should questions ever arise. Consider, for a moment, the evolution of this dark art. In simpler times, a prominent developer might slip a legislator a hefty envelope to approve a zoning change. Today, that developer might instead offer the legislator's spouse a lucrative, no-show consulting position with one of their subsidiaries, paying a substantial monthly retainer for vague strategic advice. Or perhaps, they might arrange for a speaking engagement at a prestigious conference hosted by an industry association, where the legislator receives an exorbitant speaking fee that far exceeds the value of their brief address. The line between legitimate political engagement and illicit influence peddling blurs intentionally. Campaign donations, while legal, can become a form of bribery when they come with explicit or implicit strings attached, a direct understanding that a specific vote or action is expected in return for a substantial infusion of cash into a re-election fund. Think of it, a large donation arriving just before a critical committee vote on a bill vital to the donor's industry. Is it a coincidence, or is it a calculated investment? Psychologically, why do individuals engage in this complex dance of give and take? For those offering the bribe, it's often a calculation of return on investment. The cost of a consulting fee or a speaking engagement pales in comparison to the potential profits from a favorable government contract, a tax loophole, or a regulatory exemption. It's a cynical yet effective business strategy. For those accepting, the rationalization process is critical. It's rarely seen as taking a bribe in the traditional sense. Instead, it's framed as leveraging one's network, monetizing one's expertise, or simply accepting legitimate compensation for services rendered, even if those services are nebulous at. Look beyond the headlines and try to connect the dots between political actions and financial flows. Let me now narrate a specific instance, a high-stakes payoff, to truly illustrate how these mechanisms operate in the real, albeit often hidden, world of Washington. Picture this scenario. A pivotal energy bill is making its way through Congress. This bill includes a crucial amendment that would significantly favor a niche, yet incredibly profitable, renewable energy technology. Let's call the company championing this technology Solara Corp. Solara Corp stands to gain billions if this amendment passes, effectively locking out competing technologies for years to come. The amendment is facing strong opposition from established fossil fuel lobbies and even some environmental groups who view Solara's tech as unproven. Enter Senator Evelyn Hayes, a seemingly incorruptible chair of the Energy Committee, renowned for her principled stance. Her vote, and her ability to sway others on the committee, is absolutely essential. Solara Corp's lead lobbyist, a man named Victor Sterling, a figure known for his quiet influence and impeccable connections, understands this perfectly. Direct approaches are out of the question. Sterling's strategy is far more sophisticated. He identifies Senator Hayes's younger brother, David, a struggling entrepreneur whose latest startup is perpetually on the brink of collapse. Sterling doesn't approach David directly with a cash offer. Instead, he arranges for a well-respected, seemingly independent venture capital firm, known for its investments in emerging technologies, a firm that secretly has significant financial ties to Solara Corp, to express a sudden, enthusiastic interest in David's struggling venture. The investment is substantial, far more than David's company is realistically worth, infused precisely at a moment when he is most desperate. The terms are incredibly favorable, almost too good to be true, designed to provide David with immediate financial relief and the promise of future riches. The agreement includes a clause: should David's company fail to meet certain revenue targets within the first 2 years, the venture capital firm has the option to buy out David's remaining shares at a pre-agreed, incredibly low price, effectively recouping their investment while giving David the illusion of a lifeline. This structure provides a veneer of legitimate business, yet the real intent is clear. The investment isn't about David's startup, it's about creating an obligation, a sense of gratitude, and a potential future vulnerability for Senator Hayes. David, overjoyed and completely unaware of the strings attached or the true benefactor, shares his good news with his sister, Evelyn. Evelyn, while privately cautious about David's business ventures, is relieved to see her brother finally finding success. She accepts David's explanation that it's a legitimate opportunity, a testament to his hard work, carefully curated to ensure she never connects the dots directly to Solara Corp. Now, the psychological analysis here is critical. Victor Sterling, the lobbyist, exploits human vulnerabilities. David's desperation and his sister's familial loyalty are the conduits. Senator Hayes isn't directly offered money, her brother is. This creates a powerful ethical dilemma and a tremendous amount of deniability. Evelyn's desire to see her brother succeed, coupled with the plausible facade of a legitimate investment, allows her to rationalize her actions. She might genuinely believe in the merits of the renewable energy amendment, but the subtle, unspoken pressure, the awareness of her brother's newfound financial stability thanks to forces she doesn't fully comprehend, unconsciously influences her decisions. It's a silent, emotional leverage. She knows, deep down, that a move against the interests of those who helped her brother could potentially unravel his future, and by extension, impact her own peace of mind. This isn't a direct order, it's a sophisticated nudge, an obligation of gratitude created thr. Support and demand robust investigative journalism, as these dedicated professionals are often the only ones equipped to peel back the layers of secrecy that define the shadow economy. Advocate for greater transparency in campaign finance, lobbying disclosures, and personal financial disclosures for public officials and their immediate families. These are practical steps to shine a brighter light on these dark corners. In essence, understanding the shadow economy of Washington, D.C. is crucial for any citizen wishing to fully grasp the realities of power in America. It's a testament to human ingenuity applied to illicit gain, a constant chess match between those who seek to exploit the system for private profit and those who strive to uphold the principles of public service. It's a reminder that beneath the grand pronouncements and official ceremonies, another, quieter economy thrives, shaping policies and futures with every hidden transaction. As we conclude this deep dive into the illicit financial streams that pulse beneath the Capitol's surface, we recognize that the story doesn't end here. The forces we've discussed today, the subtle pressures, the sophisticated payoffs, the pervasive influence of undeclared wealth are not static. They constantly evolve, finding new disguises and new avenues of impact. In our next chapter, we will turn our attention to the specific institutions and individuals who are tasked with uncovering these secrets, the unsung heroes and the often frustrated watchdogs of Washington, to explore the perennial battle between transparency and opacity. We'll examine the challenges they face and the victories, however small, they manage to achieve against the formidable forces of the shadow economy. Join us as we continue our journey into Washington Confidential. Chapter 4: Politicians Off the Clock. Welcome back, listeners, to Washington Confidential, where we peel back the polished veneer of power to glimpse the very human drama unfolding beneath. In our last chapter, we delved into the intricacies of political maneuvering within the hallowed halls themselves. Today, however, we venture beyond the Capitol dome, beyond the perfectly choreographed press conferences and the meticulously crafted public statements. We are going off the clock, stepping into Chapter 4, Politicians Off the Clock, a fascinating exploration of what our elected officials truly did when they thought no one was watching. Have you ever wondered what happens after the votes are cast, after the committee hearings adjourn, and after the last journalist packs up their camera? What happens when the ties are loosened, the heels come off, and the carefully constructed public personas are, for a fleeting moment, allowed to slip? This chapter is dedicated to revealing just that: the clandestine conversations, the quiet indiscretions, the moments of unvarnished humanity, and yes, sometimes, the profound lack of judgment that characterized the private lives of Washington's most powerful figures. It's about understanding the individuals behind the titles, the raw impulses that often dictate decisions, and the sometimes surprisingly ordinary, sometimes shockingly extraordinary, escapades that filled their evenings and weekends. This isn't just about gossip, it's about understanding the complete picture, the motivations, the pressures, and the vulnerabilities that shaped the men and women who shaped our nation. For if we only ever see the carefully curated public image, how can we ever truly comprehend the forces at play in the corridors of power? Our journey begins in the dimly lit corners and smoke-filled rooms of Washington D.C.'s after-hours establishments, places far removed from the sterile formality of official business. Imagine, if you will, stepping into a world where the lines between lawmaker, lobbyist, and journalist blurred with the ease of a scotch on the rocks. These weren't just bars or restaurants, they were unofficial annexes of Congress, extensions of the legislative process where more deals were struck, more careers were made or broken, and more secrets were whispered than perhaps in any formal chamber. Take, for instance, a place like the Caucus Club, a fictional but entirely plausible establishment, nestled discreetly a few blocks from the Capitol, its existence known mostly to an inner circle. Picture it: heavy velvet drapes, mahogany paneling gleaming faintly in the ambient light, the clinking of ice against crystal, and the low hum of conversation. Here, you might find Senator Maxwell, a man known for his fiery speeches on fiscal conservatism, loosening his tie, his sleeves rolled up, engaging in a rather spirited game of poker with a notorious transportation lobbyist, Mr. Henderson. The stakes aren't just chips, they're political favors, insights into upcoming legislation, and access to crucial votes. Senator Maxwell, usually stoic and reserved, might crack an off-color joke, perhaps about a rival, eliciting guffaws from the table. Or you might see Congresswoman Eleanor Vance, a staunch advocate for public morality during the day, nursing an expensive, imported champagne, deep in conversation with a charismatic young aide, their heads bent together in what appears to be more than just policy discussion. These are the moments when the public persona cracks, revealing the flesh and blood individual underneath, susceptible to temptation, ambition, and the simple desire for camaraderie or escape. It was in these very settings that reputations were discreetly enhanced or subtly undermined. Alliances were forged not over legislative texts but over shared libations, and future policy decisions were perhaps swayed by a cleverly timed whisper or a seemingly innocuous favor exchanged. These weren't isolated incidents, they were the very fabric of how things truly operated behind the scenes, a constant, low-frequency hum of informal power dynamics. It means developing an appreciation for the subtle currents and undercurrents that drive the political machine, recognizing that the theatrical display we see is often just the tip of the iceberg, with the real action happening in the shadowy depths beneath. Now, let's pivot to a truly fascinating aspect of this behind-the-scenes world, the complicity of the press. In an era before the relentless, instantaneous scrutiny of social media and 24/7 news cycles, there existed a peculiar, almost symbiotic relationship between politicians and journalists in Washington. It was a time when the press often served not just as observers, but as quiet participants, wielding immense power through their discretion, their choice of what to print and, perhaps more significantly, what to withhold. Consider this scenario: it's the late 1960s, and veteran reporter Frank Miller, a man whose face was as craggy as the Washington Monument and whose reputation for discretion was legendary, is sitting at a table at Harvey's, another establishment famous for its political clientele. He observes a prominent senator, let's call him Senator Caldwell, a man known for his family values and moralistic stances, having a rather animated and intimate discussion with a young woman who is clearly not his wife. The conversation veers into decidedly personal territory, punctuated by flirtatious laughter and the clinking of glasses. Frank Miller, ever observant, takes it all in. He could, in that moment, have ruined Senator Caldwell's career. He had the scoop, the undeniable evidence of an indiscretion that would have made headlines. Yet, Frank merely sips his drink, perhaps makes a mental note, and eventually leaves, never filing a story about what he saw. Why? Because in those days, there was an unwritten code, a gentleman's agreement that often prioritized access over immediate sensation. Frank knew that if he reported every peccadillo, every late-night slip, he would quickly lose his invaluable sources, his ability to get the real story, the important story, on policy, on legislation, on the deeper workings of government. This wasn't necessarily malice or corruption on the part of the press, it was a pragmatic choice, a strategic calculus. Journalists often understood that by turning a blind eye to minor personal failings, they secured deeper access to the political machine, gaining insights that might otherwise remain hidden. It was a delicate dance, a constant negotiation between journalistic integrity and the practicalities of obtaining information. The belief was that the public was better served by understanding the weighty matters of state than by knowing every personal detail of their representatives' lives, especially if reporting such details jeopardized the ability to cover those weighty matters. It was an ecosystem of mutual dependence, where both sides understood the unspoken rules of engagement. Psychologically, This dynamic reveals a profound truth about power and information. The relationship between politicians and the press is incredibly complex, characterized by a unique blend of mutual dependence and inherent conflict. For the politician, the press is a conduit to the public, a tool for shaping narratives. For the journalist, politicians are the source of news, the subjects of their inquiries. This creates a delicate balance, a constant tension between the journalist's duty to inform and the practical need for continued access. The decision to withhold a story, as in Frank Miller's case, wasn't just about protecting a source, it was about protecting a system, however flawed, that allowed for the flow of information, albeit filtered. It speaks to the moral tightrope journalists walked, balancing their ethical obligations with the realities of their profession. It also underscores how much the media landscape has evolved. Today, with the rise of citizen journalism, social media, and the insatiable appetite for instant news, such a gentleman's agreement would be almost impossible to maintain. Every smartphone is a potential camera, It allows us to see them not just as symbols of power, but as fellow travelers in the human experience, subject to the same pratfalls and awkward moments as the rest of us. For you, the listener, the practical application of this insight is quite simple: develop a more nuanced and empathetic perspective on political figures. While it's crucial to hold them accountable for their actions and policies, remember that they are complex individuals, not merely two-dimensional caricatures. Appreciating the lighter side of political life, the moments of inadvertent comedy or endearing humanity, helps to balance the often serious and sometimes cynical view we might have. It encourages us to look for the full spectrum of human behavior, even within the confines of power. Furthermore, using humor, even in discussions about serious topics, can be a powerful tool for understanding and de-escalation, fostering a more constructive dialogue rather than one purely driven by antagonism. It's about recognizing that a person can be both a powerful leader and someone who can trip over their own feet, and both aspects contribute to their full identity. As we bring this chapter to a close, let's reflect on the profound implications of these off-the-clock moments. We've journeyed from the clandestine dealings in private clubs to the subtle complicity of the press, and finally, to the humanizing blunders that peppered the private lives of Washington's elite. What these stories collectively reveal is the enduring contrast between the public persona and the private reality of those who govern us. They underscore the complex dynamics of power, where influence is often wielded in the shadows as much as in the spotlight. We've seen how the media, once a gatekeeper of information, played a pivotal role in shaping public perception by choosing what to report and what to strategically ignore. And we've recognized the universal human element: the pressures, the desires, the flaws, and the moments of unexpected levity that define even the most powerful among us. These moments, however small or seemingly insignificant, contribute to the larger, richer tapestry of Washington's true character, offering a glimpse into the unfiltered human beings behind the polished titles. Understanding these unseen layers, these confidential insights, is crucial for anyone seeking a deeper comprehension of how power truly operates. It's about moving beyond simplistic narratives and embracing the messy, complicated, and utterly human truth of political life. As we prepare to transition into our next chapter, we will begin to explore how these private behaviors, these alliances forged off the clock, and these vulnerabilities exposed in unguarded moments, inevitably began to influence public policy and shape the future political decisions that affected every one of us. Because in Washington, as in life, what happens behind closed doors often dictates what unfolds in the grand spectacle of the public arena. The seeds of future legislation, the genesis of new alliances, and even the downfall of powerful figures, often began not in a formal debate, but in the relaxed, often indulgent, hours when the politicians thought no one was watching. Join us next time as Washington Confidential delves further into the intricate web of influence and decision-making. Chapter 5: The Fixers and the Lobbyists. Welcome back to Washington Confidential. In our journey through the hidden corridors of power, we've peeled back layers of officialdom to reveal the true machinery of the Capitol. Today, we step into a realm often whispered about, rarely seen, and yet utterly central to the functioning of Washington, D.C., both in the bustling 1950s we are primarily exploring, and indeed, right up to the present day. We are about to introduce you to the middlemen, the orchestrators, the quiet brokers of power, influence, and those most coveted of commodities, secrets. These are the fixers and the lobbyists, not merely the registered representatives you might read about in official records, but the shadowy figures who truly pulled the strings. Imagine, if you will, the elegant, smoke-filled rooms of Washington's exclusive clubs, the hushed corners of dimly lit restaurants, or the private studies in Georgetown townhouses after hours. This is where the real work often got done. While official business unfurled publicly on Capitol Hill, with grand speeches and formal debates, another, more intimate form of governance was constantly in motion. It was a dynamic ecosystem built on favors, connections, and an intricate understanding of human nature. The fixers and lobbyists of this era were the essential conduits, the grease in the gears of government. They understood the unwritten rules, the unspoken desires, and the hidden vulnerabilities of those in power. They were adept at navigating the treacherous waters of political ambition, financial interest, and personal gain. They didn't just represent interests, they created pathways, cleared obstacles, and, in many cases, crafted the very landscape of policy from behind the scenes. They were the ones who knew who needed what, who could deliver what, and, perhaps most crucially, who had a secret that could be leveraged. Their power wasn't derived from an official title, but from their unparalleled network and their undeniable utility to anyone seeking to make things happen in the labyrinthine world of Washington. They were, in essence, the masters of the informal economy of influence, and without them, much of what transpired in the public eye would simply have never come to pass. Do we truly understand the full extent of their reach? and how much of this hidden architecture still stands today, albeit in different guises. Let us now delve into the character of one such individual, a composite figure, but one drawn from the very real and notorious personalities who populated Washington in the 1950s. We'll call him Silas Thorne. Silas wasn't a senator, nor a cabinet secretary, but he arguably wielded more direct power over certain outcomes than many elected officials. He was a fixer of the highest order, a man whose name was whispered with a mixture of reverence and trepidation in the Capitol's inner circles. Born into humble beginnings in a small, industrial town, Silas had an innate, almost predatory understanding of human ambition and weakness. He arrived in Washington as a young man, initially working on a minor congressional campaign, where he quickly distinguished himself not by his policy acumen, but by his uncanny ability to connect people, to smooth over disagreements, and to anticipate political tides. He had a photographic memory for faces, names, and, more importantly, for favors owed and favors granted. Silas's motivations were complex, a potent cocktail of insatiable ambition, a deep-seated desire for control, and a practical appreciation for wealth. He wasn't necessarily driven by ideology, his allegiance was to the deal, to the successful outcome, to the intricate satisfaction of making disparate pieces fit together. He saw himself not as a puppet master, but as an indispensable architect, someone who made the impossible possible. He thrived on the thrill of the chase, the delicate dance of negotiation, and the ultimate triumph of seeing his machinations bear fruit. He built his empire not with grand pronouncements, but with quiet conversations, late-night phone calls, and an unwavering, a powerful timber consortium, let's call them Redwood Holdings, stood to lose millions if certain restrictive clauses remained in the bill. Their direct lobbying efforts had hit a wall, key committee members were unmoved. That's when Silas Thorne was brought in. He didn't storm Capitol Hill with aggressive tactics. Instead, he meticulously cultivated relationships. He knew that Senator Thompson, a key swing vote on the committee, was facing a challenging re-election campaign and was desperate for campaign funds. He also knew that Thompson's younger brother was struggling with a failing business venture in another state. Silas didn't offer a direct bribe, which was too crude and risky. Instead, through a series of carefully orchestrated conversations, he arranged for Redwood Holdings to invest significantly in a seemingly unrelated infrastructure project in Senator Thompson's home state, a project that, by pure coincidence, offered a lifeline to the senator's brother's ailing company. Simultaneously, Silas discreetly spread intelligence through other channels about a rival timber company's unethical practices, subtly shifting public and political opinion. When the bill came to a vote, Senator Thompson, citing new information and concerns about economic impact in his district, introduced a crucial amendment that subtly but effectively watered down the clauses detrimental to Redwood Holdings, allowing the consortium to continue their operations largely unimpeded. The amendment passed, the bill became law, and Silas Thorne collected his handsome fee, his reputation as a miracle worker further solidified. No public scandal, no direct paper trail, just the quiet turning of a perfectly oiled machine. From a psychological perspective, why does this matter? Silas Thorne's story isn't just about corruption, it's about the deep-seated human desire for efficacy and control. Fixers like Silas thrive because they offer a shortcut, a way to bypass the slow, often frustrating democratic process. For those seeking their services, it's about reducing uncertainty, securing a competitive edge, and protecting interests that might otherwise be vulnerable. For Silas himself, it was a potent source of validation. He was the one who knew, the one who could. This role taps into fundamental psychological drivers, the need for belonging being part of the inner circle, the pursuit of status being indispensable, and the satisfaction derived from exercising power. It also highlights the transactional nature of many human relationships, especially in high-stakes environments. We are wired to seek advantage, to protect our own, and to leverage resources, be they financial, informational, or social, to achieve our goals. The fixer simply professionalizes this inherent human tendency, making it an art form. Understanding this archetype helps us realize that political processes are not just about laws and policies, but about people, their individual ambitions, their fears, and their willingness to engage in an elaborate dance of favors and influence. For the listener, what are the practical application steps here? How can you apply this insight? The key is to look beyond the surface, to cultivate a skepticism towards simplistic narratives. When you see a policy outcome that seems to defy logical public interest, ask yourself, who truly benefits from this? And then, what are the unstated connections, the unseen levers that might have been pulled? Recognize that informal networks of influence exist everywhere, not just in Washington. In your own professional or community life, identify the Silas Thornes, the individuals who seem to know everyone, who can connect dots others miss, and who often mediate outcomes behind the scenes. Understanding their motivations and methods can help you navigate complex environments more effectively, whether you're trying to influence a decision in your workplace or understand a local political battle. Don't just listen to what is said, observe what is done, and, more importantly, who benefits from the doing. Now, it's about reading between the lines of official announcements and understanding that much of what matters happens in the margins. As we move forward, it's essential to bridge the gap from the world of 1950s fixers to our contemporary landscape. While the specific tactics and the names of the players may have changed, the fundamental human dynamics of influence and power remain remarkably consistent. The modern equivalents of the 1950s fixers and lobbyists are everywhere, albeit operating within a far more regulated, yet paradoxically, often more complex and opaque environment. The era of the lone, charismatic, backroom operator has largely given way to a sophisticated industry of K-Street lobbying firms, highly specialized public relations agencies, think tanks, and political consulting groups. We now have an entire ecosystem designed to influence policy and public opinion. The tools are more varied, encompassing everything from traditional face-to-face meetings to sophisticated digital advocacy campaigns, dark money operations, and the strategic deployment of revolving door personnel, former government officials who become lobbyists, and vice versa, taking their insider knowledge and connections with them. Consider a modern storytelling example that echoes the past. Imagine a bill proposed in Congress today, let's say the Clean Energy Transition Act, designed to incentivize renewable energy sources. On the surface, it appears to be a forward-thinking environmental policy. However, as the bill progresses, you notice certain provisions that seem unusually favorable to a specific technology, perhaps a particular type of solar panel or a specific battery storage solution. How did this happen? Digging deeper, you might find that a major corporation specializing in that exact technology has poured millions into various super PACs and issue advocacy groups. These groups, while legally distinct from the corporation, run extensive advertising campaigns in key congressional districts, subtly shaping public opinion and pressuring local representatives. Furthermore, a highly connected lobbying firm, employing several former congressional aides and even a former cabinet secretary, has been working tirelessly behind the scenes, hosting lavish fundraisers for key committee members, providing detailed research to legislative staff, and arranging private briefings for lawmakers. They haven't explicitly exchanged cash for votes, but they have provided invaluable resources, access, and political support. The bill passes, and that specific technology receives significant tax breaks and subsidies, securing a massive market advantage for the corporation. The influence isn't direct bribery, it's a sophisticated, multi-pronged effort that leverages legal loopholes and the complexities of campaign finance and regulatory capture to achieve its desired outcome. The fixers of today operate with larger budgets, more sophisticated data analysis, and a broader array of legal instruments, but the objective remains the same: to bend the legislative and regulatory process to their clients' will. From a psychological perspective, why does this persistence of lobbying and influence matter? It speaks to our inherent human desire for efficiency and advantage, combined with the increasing complexity of modern governance. As governments become more involved in intricate economic and social issues, the need for specialized knowledge and advocacy grows. Industries feel compelled to hire experts who can navigate the regulatory maze and articulate their specific concerns. The human brain, in its drive to simplify, often defers to perceived expertise, especially when presented with compelling data and well-crafted arguments. Moreover, the psychological principle of reciprocity still holds immense power. A politician who receives campaign support, policy research, or even just social engagement from a lobbying entity is more likely to give them an attentive ear. There's also the illusion of transparency. While many lobbying activities are disclosed, the true Chapter 6, Law Enforcement or Law Evaders. Welcome back to Washington Confidential. In our journey through the shadowy corridors of power, we peeled back layers of political intrigue, financial misdeeds, and societal injustices. But as we delve into Chapter 6, titled Law Enforcement or Law Evaders, we confront perhaps the most disturbing paradox of all: what happens when those sworn to uphold the law become its most significant circumventers? Our focus today is a deep and troubling examination of how the very guardians of justice, our police forces and federal agencies, often found themselves not only turning a blind eye to systemic corruption but, at times, actively participating in its perpetuation. This isn't merely a story of a few bad apples, it's a narrative woven with the threads of institutional compromise, internal cover UPS, and a frustrating, pervasive lack of true accountability. When the protectors become complicit, the very fabric of public trust begins to fray, leaving a gaping wound in the heart of the community and a chilling question lingering in the air: who, then, protects the public from its protectors? This chapter aims to answer that question, or at least, illuminate the devastating circumstances that made it so agonizingly relevant. Let's begin by confronting the unsettling reality of compromised police precincts and the intricate dance of internal cover UPS that allowed corruption to fester. Imagine a city where certain sections operate under an unspoken truce, a silent agreement between the underworld and the very officers patrolling its streets. Consider, if you will, the notorious District 7 precinct in mid-century Washington. It wasn't its heroism that earned it whispered infamy across the city, but rather its calculated, almost theatrical, selective blindness. Locals often spoke of Gambler's Alley, a stretch of unremarkable storefronts where high-stakes poker games, illegal slot machines, and clandestine sports betting operations flourished with an audacious openness. This thriving illicit economy was not hidden in shadows, it operated in plain sight, mere blocks from the District 7 station house. Taxi drivers knew it, visiting tourists often heard about it, and anyone with even a fleeting connection to the city's underbelly could find it with ease. Yet, official police reports consistently listed the area as having low crime activity or being under routine surveillance with no actionable intelligence. The truth, as later, painstakingly slow investigations would reluctantly hint, was a complex, self-sustaining ecosystem of compromise. It was rumored to involve weekly protection payments, discreet envelopes filled with cash, and extravagant gifts during holiday seasons, all flowing from the illicit enterprises into the pockets of certain patrol officers and even higher-ranking brass. Beyond direct bribery, there was a sophisticated system of strategic officer placements. Loyalists or those easily influenced were assigned to beats where they understood the unwritten rules of engagement, or, more accurately, the rules of non-engagement. Promotions, surprisingly swift and often accompanied by a quiet nod, were frequently bestowed upon those who kept the peace, a peace defined not by the cessation of crime, but by the absence of official trouble or inconvenient arrests that might disrupt the lucrative arrangement. This wasn't always a monolithic conspiracy where every single officer was explicitly on the take. The corruption was often more insidious, a gradual erosion of integrity. It began as a culture of looking the other way, of not making waves, of prioritizing an easy shift and an uninterrupted career over the rigorous enforcement of all laws. The leadership, whether through active participation or passive condonation, set a pervasive tone. The rank and file, in turn, often followed suit, some driven by greed, others by a pragmatic desire for an unburdened professional life, and many more out of a profound fear of being ostracized by their peers or, worse, targeted by superiors if they dared to challenge the deeply entrenched status quo. This created a self-reinforcing loop where silence became a form of complicity, and complicity became the unspoken norm. From a psychological perspective, what does this pervasive atmosphere of compromise do to the individual officer who finds themselves immersed in such a system? Imagine the internal conflict, the gradual, almost imperceptible erosion of one's initial ideals, the bright-eyed commitment to justice that led them to the force in the first place. The slow, creeping justification of small compromises, overlooking a minor infraction here, accepting a trivial favor there, eventually leads to a complete moral inversion. The powerful mantra, "Everyone else is doing it," becomes an almost irresistible force, dulling the conscience and rationalizing unethical behavior. The infamous blue wall of silence isn't merely ABO. There are whispers, strong and persistent, of high-ranking officials receiving weekly envelopes delivered by Blackwood's associates directly to a downtown club. I have seen evidence, not proof, but enough to know this is not an isolated oversight but a coordinated pattern of neglect. My moral compass can no longer reconcile my sworn duty with the reality of our operations. I pray someone reads this and acts. This excerpt, raw and filled with a palpable sense of despair, is a window into the lonely, terrifying world of a whistleblower. It's not just the facts it reveals, but the sheer emotional weight it carries. It speaks of a system so entrenched in its own corruption that even its own members are desperate for intervention, albeit from within. Psychologically, what does it truly mean to be a whistleblower in such an environment? It requires an extraordinary degree of courage, a moral fortitude that defies the powerful human instinct for self-preservation. The individual who pens such a memo, or who dares to speak out, confronts not only the very real fear of reprisal, the loss of career, reputation, or even physical safety, but also the profound psychological burden of isolation. They become an outsider within their own ranks, viewed as a traitor by those who benefit from the corruption or who choose complicity. The moral dilemma is agonizing: uphold the integrity of the law, or protect oneself and one's family. The decision to speak out is often a solitary and harrowing one. The chilling effect this has on dissent within an organization is immense. When one person is silenced or punished, it sends a powerful message to everyone else: stay quiet, or face the consequences. This fear can effectively muzzle an entire institution, allowing corrupt practices to thrive unchecked, hidden behind a facade of official order. For us, as listeners seeking a deeper understanding, these accounts illuminate the critical importance of creating and safeguarding robust mechanisms for whistleblowing. It prompts us to consider the immense value of independent oversight bodies that are genuinely insulated from internal pressures and political influence. We must understand the enormous challenges faced by those who dare to speak out, recognizing that their actions are often born of profound ethical conviction rather than personal gain. Practical application involves supporting legal protections for whistleblowers, advocating for transparent and accessible reporting channels, and fostering a cultural environment, both within institutions and in society at large, that values truth-telling and accountability over loyalty to compromised systems. It requires us to listen carefully when whispers of internal discontent emerge, knowing that they might be the only cracks in a wall of pervasive corruption. Finally, we arrive at the frustrating, often heartbreaking reality of how this systemic corruption led to a pervasive lack of true justice. It's one thing to uncover malfeasance, it's quite another to see genuine accountability delivered, especially when the very mechanisms of justice are compromised. This is where narrative tension truly builds, as we witness the public's hope for righteousness repeatedly dashed against the rocks of official indifference and calculated obstruction. Let's illustrate this with a composite example, drawing from many historical instances of untouchables in Washington. Picture the infamous city councilman Thaddeus Vance, a man whose public persona was one of unwavering civic duty, a tireless champion of the working class. Yet, behind the polished speeches and philanthropic gestures, Vance was allegedly the central figure in a sprawling network of kickbacks from city contracts, land deals, and zoning permits. Small businesses were strong-armed into paying consulting fees to shell corporations linked to Vance's family, and lucrative construction projects consistently went to contractors who made substantial, untraceable donations to his re-election campaigns. Numerous investigations were launched against Vance over the lessons from these historical patterns are not confined to the past, they resonate powerfully in our present. They remind us that vigilance is not a choice, but a civic duty. They compel us to ask uncomfortable questions, to demand transparency, and to continuously strive for a society where integrity is not just an ideal, but a lived reality for every institution and every individual. The fight against corruption is never truly over, it is an ongoing process that demands our active participation and an unyielding commitment to the principles of fairness and accountability. In our next chapter, we will turn our attention to the sprawling landscape of political patronage and its far-reaching consequences, exploring how personal connections and favors often trump merit and fair process, further cementing the networks of power and privilege we've begun to uncover. Join us as we navigate the intricate web of influence that shaped, and continues to shape, the very heart of Washington. Chapter 7, The Underground Nightlife. Welcome back, dear listener, to Washington Confidential, where we peel back the layers of public persona and political theater to reveal the city's most intriguing, and often most scandalous, truths? In this chapter, Chapter 7, The Underground Nightlife, we are about to embark on a journey far removed from the polished marble of monuments and the hushed corridors of power. We're stepping away from the crisp suits of civil servants and the carefully maintained appearances that define Washington, D.C. by day. But what happens when the sun dips below the Potomac, and the street lights cast long, dancing shadows across the cobblestones? Ah, dear listener, that's when another Washington stirs, a city beneath the city, shrouded in a veil of secrecy and the intoxicating haze of forbidden pleasures. Our mission, if you will, is not merely to recount tales of these illicit haunts. No, our ambition is far grander, to paint a vivid auditory picture, a sensory tapestry woven with the clandestine whispers, the clinking of illicit glasses, the seductive strains of a jazz saxophone, and the palpable tension of a high-stakes poker game. We want to transport you, to make you feel the plush velvet beneath your fingertips, to smell the lingering scent of stale cigar smoke and expensive perfume, to hear the hushed confessions and the boisterous laughter that filled these secret spaces during the 1950s. We aim to immerse you so completely that you can almost taste the watered-down whiskey and feel the thrum of a hidden world vibrating just beneath the city's respectable surface. Are you ready to step through the hidden doorway with us, to discover the true heart of Washington's clandestine allure? To truly grasp the essence and the potent allure of Washington's underground nightlife, we must first learn to listen with more than just our ears. We must engage all our senses, even vicariously. Imagine, for a moment, that the year is 1952. The air is thick with anticipation, carrying the faint scent of rain-dampened asphalt and something vaguely industrial from the distant train yards. You're walking down a dimly lit alley, far from the well-trodden paths of official Washington, where every shadow seems to harbor a secret. The only sounds are the distant rumble of a streetcar on a parallel avenue and your own footsteps, perhaps a little too loud, on the damp pavement. Then, as you approach an unassuming back entrance, perhaps a heavy, unmarked service door disguised by overflowing trash cans or a peeling paint job, a faint, rhythmic thrum begins to seep through the brickwork. Is it the soulful, low bass line of a stand-up bass? The sultry, almost mournful wail of a saxophone carrying a melody from a world away? Or perhaps the muffled murmur of many voices, a rich tapestry of conversations, indistinguishable yet undeniably present? Let us paint a real-world scene for you. You tap a secret code, perhaps 2 light taps, then a pause, then 3 quick raps, on the heavy oak door. A tiny peephole slides open with a barely audible scrape, and a pair of wary, scrutinizing eyes assess you through the narrow slit. A gruff grunt, a mechanical click, and the heavy door, after a moment's hesitation, creaks inward, revealing a sliver of warm, inviting light and a gush of sound. The aroma hits you first, a complex, intoxicating blend, a heady mix of expensive bourbon, cheap gin, stale cigarette smoke that has permeated every fiber, and a hint of something sweet, perhaps the lingering trace of a woman's exotic perfume or the aroma of a burnt sugar dessert from the hidden kitchen. You step inside, and the mundane world outside vanishes entirely, replaced by an immediate, enveloping soundscape. A bluesy saxophone solo twists and coils through the air, effortlessly weaving between the sharp, resonant crack of billiard balls from a back room, the soft, hypnotic shuffle of playing cards across green felt, the delicate clinking of ice against crystal glasses, and a low, continuous hum of layered conversation. This hum is punctuated by sudden bursts of raucous laughter. Not 5 feet away, hunched over a green felt card table, a notorious syndicate enforcer, his face a roadmap of hard-won battles and sleepless nights, intently shuffles a deck of worn playing cards, his eyes sharp, calculating, missing nothing. Nearby, a famed socialite, her expensive jewels sparkling discreetly in the dim, artfully filtered light, places a surprisingly large bet with a quiet, unassuming bookie, her hushed voice belying her public image of prim elegance and unimpeachable virtue. Across the room, a young, ambitious journalist, his notepad tucked away in an inside jacket pocket, keenly observes, gathering morsels of information, a name dropped, a glance exchanged, a nervous habit revealed, that could make or break a career, or even bring down an administration. The shared secret of their presence here, the mutual understanding of their temporary transgression, created a unique, temporary democracy, a bond of illicit pleasure and mutual vulnerability that transcended their starkly different public lives. What secrets were exchanged in these hushed conversations? What deals, both political and criminal, were struck over a glass of illicit whiskey? What reputations hung precariously in the balance, a single indiscretion away from public ruin? These questions, unspoken yet ever present, add a potent layer of tension and fascination to these hidden gatherings. The magnetic appeal of such a diverse clientele lies in its profound exposure of human duality and often, hypocrisy. We are inherently fascinated by the idea that powerful individuals, those who dictate morality and uphold public standards, might harbor secret lives or engage in behaviors they publicly condemn. It reveals the universal human need for escape, for thrill, for a space where the rigid rules of the day can be temporarily suspended. This confluence of high society and the low underworld highlights how power, influence, and illicit desires often converge, regardless of social standing or public image. It speaks to a deeper truth about human nature, that beneath the carefully constructed personas and the polished facades, there's often a shared realm of desires, vulnerabilities, and secrets that unite us all. It creates a rich tapestry of potential conflict and unexpected alliances, making these spaces potent arenas for observation, intrigue, and compelling narrative exploration. This intermingling provides a critical lens through which to view the very fabric of power and influence, revealing that true control often resides in the shadows, where unlikely partners forge pacts away from prying eyes. For a practical application, as you reflect on these hidden interactions and the characters who frequented them, consider the public and private faces we all present, to varying degrees, in our own lives. Think about how specific environments can subtly shape behavior and how shared experiences, even illicit or secretive ones, can forge unexpected and powerful connections between individuals who would otherwise never cross paths. In your own observations of society, look beyond the surface. What are the unspoken rules governing social interactions? Who truly benefits from hidden arrangements or unacknowledged compromises? This deeper understanding of human complexity, of the intricate and often deceptive dance between appearance and reality, will offer you a more nuanced and insightful perspective on the world around you, not just in historical accounts, but in contemporary society as well. The duality observed in these 1950s clubs is not merely a historical footnote, it is a timeless reflection of the complexities of human nature, power, and desire. Now, let's turn our attention to the rhythm of this hidden world, the subtle, captivating pulse that beats beneath the city's respectable exterior. The pacing of our narrative, dear listener, much like the very atmosphere within these clandestine establishments, is absolutely crucial to fully appreciate the sultry, late-night vibe that defined Washington's underground nightlife. This isn't a hurried. Does it evoke a feeling of calm, or perhaps a heightened sense of alertness? Understanding this interplay between rhythm and emotion will unlock a new layer of critical engagement with any narrative, allowing you to not just hear a story, but to truly experience its intended effect on a profound level. When the narration slows, allow yourself to linger in the details, to taste the atmosphere. When it quickens, brace yourself for impact. This active engagement with pacing will enrich your listening journey immensely, turning you into a more perceptive and appreciative audience member. We've embarked on a truly fascinating journey tonight, dear listener, into the very heart of Washington's clandestine history. We've explored how the sheer power of vivid soundscapes and sensory descriptions can transport us across decades, making the smoky rooms, the hushed conversations, and the whispered confessions of the 1950s feel as real as if we were there ourselves. We've marveled at the astounding mix of individuals, from the highest echelons of power and respectability to the shadowy figures of the underworld, who found common ground in these hidden havens, highlighting the complex duality of human nature that thrives in secrecy. And we've explored how a carefully orchestrated narrative pacing can draw you deeper and deeper into a story, building anticipation, and fostering an undeniable sense of shared intimacy with the illicit secrets we uncover. This exploration of the underground nightlife is far more than just a recounting of past events or a historical anecdote. It's an invitation to understand the hidden currents that shaped, and indeed continue to shape, our world. It's a profound reminder that beneath every grand facade, every meticulously constructed public image, there often lies a vibrant, sometimes dangerous, undercurrent of human desire, ambition, and interaction. As we reluctantly prepare to leave these smoky rooms and step back into the glaring light of day, the question lingers, echoing in the quiet spaces of our imagination: What indelible marks did these secret rendezvous leave on the intricate fabric of Washington society? What were the lasting consequences, both personal and political, of these illicit meetings and the deals struck in the dead of night? Join us in our next chapter, as we delve deeper into the specific stories, the scandalous revelations, and the political fallout that emerged, sometimes explosively, from the seductive shadows of this captivating underground world. The secrets, dear listener, are just beginning to truly unfold. Chapter 8: Blackmail and Leverage. Welcome back to Washington Confidential, where we peel back the layers of power and politics, revealing the intricate dance of ambition, compromise, and consequence that defines the nation's capital. In our previous discussions, we've explored the grand edifices of power and the public personas that grace the marbled halls. But today, in Chapter 8, we descend into a darker, more shadowy realm, a landscape where information is the ultimate weapon, where trust is a fragile commodity, and where the most potent currency isn't money or votes, but secrets. We delve into blackmail and leverage, an exploration of how these hidden truths were weaponized, not just to control political outcomes, but to irrevocably alter and sometimes tragically destroy lives. Imagine, if you will, a city built on reputation, where a single whisper can unravel years of meticulous image crafting. Washington, D.C., isn't merely a seat of government, it's a social ecosystem, a crucible of ambition and anxiety where every glance, every conversation, every choice, is scrutinized. Here, the pursuit of power isn't just about policy or ideology, it's deeply personal. It's about ascendance, influence, and the protection of one's carefully constructed professional and personal identity. In such an environment, the vulnerability of human beings becomes a strategic asset, a weakness to be exploited by those with the ruthlessness and the means to do so. The core concept we're dissecting today is precisely this: how the private failings, the indiscretions, the hidden financial dealings, and the personal compromises of individuals became instruments of control, levers pulled in the grand, often brutal, game of politics. This isn't just about petty revenge, it's about shifting the very trajectory of legislation, influencing judicial appointments, and even shaping the course of history, all through the insidious power of concealed information. Let's begin by understanding a fundamental truth about Washington: the currency of blackmail in a city built entirely on reputation. This is not some abstract concept, it is the very air many breathe, an unspoken understanding that permeates the corridors of power. In a place where public image is everything, where a career can soar or crash based on perceptions of integrity and character, a secret isn't just a personal failing, it's a ticking time bomb. Think about it: a rising star in Congress, a revered Supreme Court nominee, or a key presidential advisor, their entire edifice of influence rests upon a foundation of perceived rectitude. The merest hint of impropriety, whether a long ago youthful indiscretion, a questionable financial transaction, or a clandestine affair, has the potential to shatter that foundation entirely. Blackmail in Washington rarely manifests as a crude, cinematic threat delivered in a dark alley. It's far more sophisticated, far more subtle. It's often a carefully timed leak to a friendly journalist, a whispered rumor at a crowded cocktail party, or a series of pointed, loaded questions asked in a private meeting, leaving no doubt about the information held and the implicit threat of its release. The power lies not in the exposure itself, but in the threat of exposure, the constant, gnawing fear that someone, somewhere, holds the key to your professional demise. Consider the case of Senator Alastair Caldwell. A man widely respected, known for his eloquent speeches and his unwavering commitment to public service. He was on the cusp of a major party leadership position, eyeing a future presidential run. But Senator Caldwell had a secret, buried deep in his past, a short, passionate, and deeply compromising affair with a junior staffer nearly 2 decades prior, a woman who had since moved on and built her own quiet life, far from the glare of Washington. The affair itself was long over, seemingly forgotten by all but those directly involved. However, a shadowy political operative, working for a rival faction intent on blocking Caldwell's rise, unearthed this forgotten chapter. There was no direct. They don't need to be physically intimidating. The power lies in their ability to manipulate the victim's own anxieties, their own sense of self-preservation. It's a cruel form of psychological warfare, turning a person's life into a prison of their own making, where every decision is colored by the unspoken threat. For us, as listeners, understanding this dynamic offers critical practical insights. Firstly, it highlights the paramount importance of integrity, not just as a moral virtue, but as a shield. Building a life and career on a foundation of ethical conduct significantly reduces vulnerabilities. Secondly, it underscores the need for self-awareness. What are your own potential weaknesses? Not to wallow in them, but to understand how they might be perceived or exploited by others. Thirdly, it teaches us to critically assess the motives behind sudden shifts in behavior or policy among public figures. Are they acting purely on conviction, or might unseen pressures be at play? While we must be careful not to fall into cynical speculation, recognizing the potential for leverage helps us to understand the complex forces that truly shape political outcomes. Protecting one's reputation in a world obsessed with public image requires vigilance, but more importantly, it demands a steadfast commitment to living a life that leaves as little room as possible for such weaponized secrets. Now, let's elevate the stakes further. Beyond individual reputations, blackmail and leverage can manifest in high-stakes standoffs between powerful officials, where the very direction of the nation hangs in the balance. These aren't personal squabbles, these are clashes of titans, each possessing damning information about the other, each seeking to force a specific outcome in the intricate machinery of government. The stakes are amplified exponentially, moving beyond personal survival to encompass ideological victories, the shaping of national policy, or the prevention of a perceived enemy from gaining critical ground. It's a geopolitical chess game played with the reputations and careers of the players themselves. Imagine a tense, closed-door meeting between Secretary Evelyn Thompson, the formidable head of a crucial cabinet department, and Representative Arthur Hayes, the powerful chairman of a key congressional oversight committee. Their ideological differences were vast, their political battles legendary. At the heart of their current conflict was a contentious piece of environmental legislation that Secretary Thompson ardently supported, but which Representative Hayes, influenced by powerful industry lobbyists, was determined to kill in committee. Thompson possessed incontrovertible evidence of Hayes's past financial impropriety, a series of questionable land deals conducted through a shell corporation, deals that had quietly enriched Hayes while he publicly championed conservation. Hayes, however, was not without his own arsenal. He had meticulously gathered information about a discreet, long-term extramarital affair Thompson had maintained years ago, information that, while personal, would undoubtedly fuel a media frenzy and destroy her public credibility. The confrontation was not shouted, it was a deadly quiet dance of veiled threats and unspoken understanding. "Mr. Chairman," Thompson began, her voice calm but her eyes sharp, "I believe we both understand the gravity of the implications regarding this environmental bill. Its failure would be unfortunate for many." Hayes leaned back, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "Indeed, Madam Secretary. Just as certain, personal disclosures regarding certain public servants would be equally unfortunate. A shame to see so much hard work come undone over a private matter, wouldn't you say?" The air in the room crackled with unspoken animosity and thinly disguised menace. Each knew precisely what the other held. Each understood the devastating potential of revealing the information. The negotiation wasn't about principle, it was about who would blink first, who would compromise their polity. Eleanor, sensing a profound change but unable to pierce the veil of secrecy, began to blame herself. She spiraled into a quiet, profound depression, believing she was somehow failing her husband, failing to provide the support he needed. She spent her days in a fog of worry, her nights plagued by insomnia, her once bright eyes now shadowed with unexplained sorrow. Though Senator Vance successfully navigated the immediate crisis, his career intact, the tragic cost was borne by Eleanor, whose spirit slowly withered under the unspoken dread and crushing isolation of her husband's secret. She was a casualty, an unwitting victim of a game she never understood, her health and happiness sacrificed on the altar of political survival. Psychologically, the burden of living with such secrets is immense, not only for the one holding them but for everyone implicated. The shame, guilt, and paranoia can consume an individual, leading to social isolation and a profound erosion of trust, even in their most intimate relationships. The constant vigilance required to maintain a facade is exhausting, breeding chronic anxiety and, as in Eleanor's case, severe mental health issues. The moral injuries sustained, The compromises made can haunt a person for years, impacting their ability to connect authentically with others and their sense of self-worth. It exposes the brutal truth that in the world of high-stakes politics, personal integrity is often the first casualty, and the collateral damage to innocent lives is a grim, yet often unacknowledged, part of the equation. This psychological toll is a stark reminder that power, when pursued without ethical boundaries, can become a corrosive force, destroying not only careers but the very souls of those it touches. For us, the listeners, this emphasis on human cost is perhaps the most critical practical application. It serves as a powerful, sobering reflection on the true price of power and unchecked ambition. It compels us to prioritize integrity and personal well-being over fleeting political gains, reminding us that no victory is worth the destruction of one's peace of mind or the happiness of those we love. It also cultivates empathy, urging us to look beyond the headlines and recognize the complex human narratives at play, to understand that behind every public figure, there are individuals grappling with immense pressures, some of which are deeply unethical and manipulative. The lesson here is profound. Authenticity and transparency, while often perceived as risky in the short term within a competitive environment, ultimately lead to greater inner peace, resilience, and a more sustainable, ethically grounded life. Choosing to live with integrity, to address personal failings rather than bury them, ultimately disarms the blackmailer and protects not just one's reputation, but one's very soul and the well-being of those closest to us. As we conclude this exploration of blackmail and leverage, we've journeyed through the intricate web where secrets become currency, witnessed the high-stakes power plays between formidable figures, and perhaps most poignantly, felt the tragic human cost exacted by these hidden truths. Washington, as we've seen, is a city of grand ideals and profound cynicism, a place where the darkness of human nature often lurks beneath the polished veneer of statesmanship. The insights from Washington Confidential reveal that the machinery of power is not just about laws and policies, but about the deeply personal vulnerabilities and moral compromises of the individuals who wield it. We've understood how information, often deeply private and emotionally charged, transforms into a powerful tool for manipulation, shaping outcomes that might otherwise defy conventional political wisdom. The lessons learned here about reputation, vulnerability, and the ethical tightrope walked by those in power are not confined to the halls of Congress, they echo in boardrooms, community councils, and even our personal interactions. They serve as a stark reminder of the corrosive nature of this. Chapter 9, The Press and the Cover UPS. Welcome back, listeners. We now delve into Chapter 9 of Washington Confidential, a chapter aptly titled The Press and the Cover UPS. This section of our journey through the hidden machinations of Washington, D.C. takes us behind the glossy headlines and the carefully crafted public images, directly into the often unseen relationship between the powerful and the media charged with reporting on them. It's a fascinating, and at times unsettling, look at how the machinery of news could, and often did, function not as a fearless watchdog, but rather as an unwitting, or sometimes even complicit, protector of the establishment. Our core concept for this chapter is a deep dive into analyzing the media's role in protecting the powerful instead of fully and transparently informing the public. In an ideal world, the press stands as the fourth estate, an independent pillar holding power accountable, shining a light into dark corners, and ensuring transparency. But as Washington Confidential reveals with stark clarity, the reality in post-war DC was often far more nuanced, complicated, and, frankly, compromised. We are talking about an era where access was currency, where social standing and club memberships intertwined reporters with the very people they were supposed to objectively scrutinize. Was the media truly independent, or was it, at least in certain critical instances, an integral part of the very system it claimed to observe? This isn't just about sensationalism. It's about the very fabric of democratic accountability. When the public's primary source of information is filtered, softened, or outright suppressed, what does that mean for their ability to make informed decisions about their leaders and their government? How much of the truth was deemed palatable, and how much was simply too inconvenient, too scandalous, or too disruptive to the prevailing order? We're going to explore this dynamic, the subtle, and not so subtle pressures that shape the news landscape, and what lessons we can extract from this historical context to apply to our contemporary media environment. Let's begin by contrasting what was officially published versus what reporters actually knew. In the DC of the 1950s, a stark, often unspoken, dichotomy existed. On one hand, you had the printed page, the daily newspapers, the wire services, the radio broadcasts, all delivering a carefully curated narrative of official Washington. This narrative often presented politicians as dignified, their private lives as pristine, and their public service as unblemished. On the other hand, you had the buzzing grapevine of the press corps itself. Reporters, especially those who had spent years cultivating sources within various government agencies, on Capitol Hill, and even among the social elite, often possessed a wealth of information, gossip, rumors, confirmed facts, that would never see the light of day in their respective publications. They knew about the late-night poker games, the extramarital affairs, the health issues discreetly managed, the backroom deals that defied public pronouncements, and the compromises of principle that underpinned policy decisions. Yet, much of this knowledge remained locked away, shared only among trusted colleagues over drinks, or relegated to the realm of off-the-record conversations. This created a profound gap between the public's perception of Washington and the reality known to those intimately observing it. Consider for a moment a hypothetical, yet historically resonant, example: a powerful, widely respected senator, let's call him Senator Thompson, a figure whose public persona was meticulously crafted around family values, fiscal conservatism, and unimpeachable integrity. His speeches were eloquent, his press conferences polished, and his family photo ops frequent. The national newspapers consistently portrayed him as a bedrock of American morality and leadership. However, among the seasoned journalists who covered Capitol Hill daily, it was an open secret that Senator Thompson maintained a long-standing mistress, discreetly housed in an upscale D.C. apartment, and that he frequently frequented private clubs known for illicit gambling. Furthermore, whispers persisted about his involvement in certain unsavory financial dealings, information that was deemed unsubstantiated or too difficult to prove by newspaper editors, despite multiple credible sources confirming aspects of the story to individual reporters. The public, reading their morning papers, would only encounter glowing profiles of Senator Thompson, lauded for his contributions to national policy and his exemplary character. The uncomfortable truths, the human frailties, the potential conflicts of interest, all remained conveniently buried, protected by a silent understanding among powerful editors and a collective reluctance to rock the boat. The published record, in this scenario, was not merely incomplete, it was actively misleading, painting a picture of a man and a system far more virtuous than reality suggested. From a psychological perspective, this deliberate gap between known reality and published narrative is incredibly significant. For the public, it fosters a sense of naive trust in institutions, preventing them from developing the critical thinking skills necessary to navigate a complex world. When the truth eventually emerges, often decades later, it can lead to deep cynicism and a profound sense of betrayal, eroding faith not just in individual politicians, but in the entire democratic process and the media itself. People naturally seek simplicity and confirmation of their existing beliefs. An idealized image of their leaders provides comfort and stability. Confronting messy, uncomfortable truths requires mental effort and challenges deeply held convictions. For the journalists themselves, being privy to such information but constrained from publishing it creates immense internal conflict. It can lead to moral injury, a persistent sense of professional compromise, and a feeling of complicity. The allure of being an insider, of having privileged access, can be a powerful psychological reward, subtly influencing decisions to self-censor or prioritize access over full disclosure. It also leverages the human tendency towards groupthink. If everyone else is silent, it's easier to justify one's own silence. The gentleman's agreement wasn't just a professional code, it was a powerful social and psychological construct that discouraged individual dissent. So, how can we apply this understanding in our modern lives? The practical application for us today is to cultivate an acute sense of media literacy and a healthy skepticism towards any single narrative, especially concerning powerful figures. When you consume news, don't just read the headlines, read between the lines. Pay attention to what isn't being reported, the questions that remain unanswered, or the stories that seem conspicuously absent from major outlets, even when rumors abound elsewhere. Seek out diverse sources, not just those that confirm your existing biases. Understand that even today, with a fragmented media landscape, there are still powerful forces, whether they be corporate interests, political affiliations, or sheer pressure from powerful individuals, that can shape and filter information. Ask yourself, whose interests are being served by this particular portrayal? What might be the full story that isn't being presented? Be an active interrogator of information, not a passive recipient. This leads us directly into our second key point, discussing the ethical dilemmas faced by journalists of that era. Imagine yourself as a reporter in 1950s Washington. You've uncovered a deeply damaging piece of information about a high-ranking official, perhaps. For the listener, the practical application of understanding these historical ethical dilemmas is profound. First, it encourages empathy and a nuanced perspective when evaluating modern journalism. We should recognize that journalists, even today, operate under immense pressures, often from corporate ownership, political factions, economic constraints, and the sheer volume of information. Second, it highlights the importance of supporting independent, investigative journalism that is less beholden to powerful interests. These smaller, often non-profit, organizations are frequently the ones willing to break uncomfortable stories. Third, and perhaps most importantly, it teaches us to be vigilant about censorship by omission. When you observe a major news outlet consistently avoiding a particular angle or type of story, or when a journalist seems to pull punches, ask yourself what unseen pressures might be at play. It's not always malicious intent. Sometimes it's an ethical compromise driven by external forces. Being aware of these historical pressures makes us more astute consumers of news and more supportive of those who dare to challenge the status quo. Finally, let us encourage all listeners to think critically about media literacy today, carrying the lessons from Washington Confidential into our contemporary landscape. While the specific mechanisms of news dissemination have drastically changed since the 1950s, the fundamental dynamics of power, influence, and the struggle for truth remain remarkably constant. The black and white print of yesteryear has given way to the kaleidoscopic, fragmented, and often overwhelming digital world of the 21st century. We no longer have a handful of powerful newspaper proprietors as the primary gatekeepers. Instead, we contend with social media algorithms, partisan news sites, and the global spread of misinformation, often amplified by anonymous sources and foreign actors. Yet, the core challenge persists: how do we, as citizens, discern reliable information from deliberate deception or unwitting bias, especially when the powerful still seek to control narratives? Consider the modern equivalent of our Senator Thompson example. Today, a public figure's indiscretions or ethical lapses might not be suppressed by a handful of newspaper editors. Instead, they might be vigorously amplified by partisan blogs and social media on one side, while being aggressively debunked or completely ignored by mainstream outlets or opposing partisan media on the other. For instance, a scandal involving a high-profile politician might erupt on a particular social media platform, complete with supposed evidence and passionate commentary. Simultaneously, Major news networks aligned with that politician's party might dedicate little to no coverage to the story, or dismiss it as baseless rumor or fake news, without a thorough investigation. Conversely, rival news outlets might sensationalize every detail, regardless of verification, to damage the politician's reputation. The public, now immersed in an echo chamber of their preferred information sources, is presented with not one, but multiple, often conflicting, realities. The challenge isn't just about what's omitted, but also about what's selectively amplified or deliberately distorted. The old gentleman's agreement of silence has been replaced by a cacophony of competing narratives, each vying for attention and legitimacy, often with little regard for objective truth. Psychologically, this fragmentation and politicization of information has a profound impact. It exacerbates confirmation bias, the human tendency to seek out, interpret, and remember information in a way that confirms one's pre-existing beliefs or hypotheses. We are drawn to news that makes us feel intelligent, that validates our worldview, and that reinforces our group identity. The digital age offers an endless supply of such validating content, creating information silos and echo chambers where differing perspectives are rarely encountered. This contributes to cognitive overload. Chapter 10: Bureaucrats in the Shadows. Welcome back to Washington Confidential. In our journey through the hidden corridors of power, we've peeled back layer after layer of public image, moving beyond the polished speeches and the carefully constructed narratives that often dominate the headlines. Today, we delve into a chapter that might just be the most illuminating of all, precisely because it focuses on those who deliberately avoid the spotlight. This is Chapter 10, Bureaucrats in the Shadows, and it's where we truly begin to understand where the unshakable power in Washington, D.C., genuinely resides. When we think of power in the nation's capital, our minds naturally conjure images of the president, towering figures in Congress, Supreme Court justices, or perhaps charismatic cabinet secretaries. We picture the legislative battles, the executive orders, the judicial pronouncements, grand pronouncements that shape the direction of the nation. But what if I told you that beneath this visible spectacle, an even more profound and enduring influence is wielded by individuals whose names you will likely never know, whose faces will never grace the cover of a magazine, and whose voices are rarely, if ever, heard on national television? These are the career bureaucrats, the unelected officials who form the very backbone of the federal government, and they, more than anyone else, hold the true, unshakable power in Washington. Why is this so? Imagine the fleeting nature of political appointments. A president serves a term, perhaps two. Cabinet secretaries come and go with each administration. Members of Congress face re-election every 2 or 6 years. They are, by definition, transient figures in the grand scheme of governance. But the civil servant, the career professional who has dedicated decades to their specific department or agency, they are the custodians of institutional memory, the repositories of expertise, and the architects of implementation. They are the ones who were there before the last election, and they will likely be there long after the next one. They understand the intricacies, the precedents, the loopholes, and the practical realities of policy execution in a way no political appointee ever could in a short tenure. It is their quiet, persistent influence that often determines whether a grand policy vision becomes a transformative reality or simply another forgotten footnote in the annals of political rhetoric. Let's shift our focus now, away from the flashy, temporary figures and towards these quiet architects of continuity. Consider the typical narrative we consume through media. A newly elected president announces a bold initiative, perhaps a complete overhaul of the nation's healthcare system or a radical new approach to foreign policy. The public discussion immediately centers on the president, the congressional leaders who support or oppose the plan, and the appointed cabinet members who will ostensibly lead its implementation. We watch the debates, we read the op-eds, and we feel like we are fully informed. But what we often miss is the critical, often unseen, transition from lofty idea to concrete action. Take, for instance, a situation where a new Secretary of State arrives, fresh from a high-profile corporate background, brimming with innovative ideas to restructure the department's engagement with a crucial geopolitical region. They give inspiring speeches, hold press conferences, and outline ambitious new strategies. On the surface, it appears they are driving monumental change. Yet, behind the scenes, it is the decades-long serving undersecretaries for political affairs, the assistant secretaries for specific regional bureaus, and perhaps most importantly, the seasoned desk officers for individual countries, who provide the actual intelligence, the historical context, the existing treaties, and the detailed operational procedures that either enable or subtly reroute the secretary's grand vision. A newly appointed secretary might declare a policy of aggressive diplomatic outreach to a specific nation, only to be met in closed-door briefings by a career ambassador, now serving in a senior State Department role, who carefully and respectfully outlines the complex web of existing alliances, historical grievances, and deeply entrenched cultural sensitivities that must be navigated. This career official doesn't openly defy the secretary; instead, they provide such a nuanced and comprehensive picture of the operational landscape, complete with all its potential pitfalls and unintended consequences, that the secretary's initial radical plan is gently but inevitably molded into a more pragmatic, less overtly disruptive, and ultimately more effective approach. The credit for the eventual success might still go to the secretary, but the true authorship of the viable policy often lies with the quiet bureaucrat who knows the ground truth. Psychologically, why does this matter so profoundly to us as citizens and observers? We are hardwired to look for heroes and villains, for clear-cut narratives with identifiable leaders. Our brains crave simplicity and causality. When we see a powerful individual at the helm, we naturally attribute both successes and failures directly to them. This cognitive bias makes us overlook the intricate. By the time an auditor or an investigative journalist attempts to follow the money, they are confronted with a mountain of documents, each seemingly valid on its own, but collectively forming an impenetrable maze designed to exhaust and deter anyone seeking the truth. The very structure of the bureaucracy, intended to ensure accountability, is cunningly inverted to become its most effective cloak. Psychologically, why is this so effective, and why do we fall victim to it? It preys on our inherent aversion to complexity. Most people, when faced with an overwhelming amount of detailed, technical information, will simply disengage. Our brains are wired for efficiency, and sifting through thousands of pages of dense legalese and financial statements is anything but efficient. It exploits what we might call the illusion of legitimacy. If a process looks official, if it involves multiple governmental stamps of approval, we tend to assume it must be legitimate. The sheer volume of paperwork creates a veneer of diligence, masking the underlying malfeasance. Furthermore, it fosters a sense of helplessness. The average citizen, or even a determined but untrained journalist, looks at this overwhelming complexity and concludes that investigating such matters is futile, thereby reducing scrutiny and allowing the perpetrators to operate with relative impunity. It also relies on the diffusion of responsibility. When many individuals sign off on small parts of a larger illicit scheme, each can claim ignorance of the whole, or that they were simply following procedure. For us, the listeners, understanding this aspect of Washington's hidden workings provides critical practical application steps. Firstly, recognize the red flags. An unusually complex funding structure for a seemingly straightforward project, sudden and unexplained changes in procurement procedures, the frequent reliance on obscure or rarely invoked regulations, or a lack of clear, measurable accountability for project outcomes. Secondly, understand that transparency is not just about getting initial reports, it's about the ability to truly follow the money through its entire journey, demanding detailed breakdowns and independent verification at every stage. Thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, seek out and support investigative journalists, watchdog groups, and non-governmental organizations that specialize in following the money in government contracts and expenditures. These are the unsung heroes who possess the expertise and tenacity to navigate these intentionally complex systems. Remember, true efficiency is often about clarity and simplicity. When you encounter excessive, labyrinthine complexity, especially where large sums of money are involved, it's wise to question not just its purpose, but its intent. Through this deep dive into the shadowy world of unelected officials and deliberately convoluted systems, we uncover a profound truth about Washington. The visible political drama is often a diversion from the steady, often hidden, currents of real power. The bureaucrats, with their institutional memory and quiet influence, are the unsung stalwarts of governance, for better or for worse. And the very systems designed for accountability can, if unchecked, be warped into sophisticated tools for obfuscation and illicit gain. As we conclude this chapter, reflect on the crucial distinction between visible authority and actual power. It challenges us to look beyond the headlines, to question the superficial narratives, and to seek a deeper understanding of the mechanisms that truly drive policy and distribute resources in our nation's capital. The implications for democracy are immense. If we do not understand where power truly lies, how can we hope to hold it accountable? Our journey into Washington Confidential continues, and next, we will explore the intricate networks of influence that connect these shadowy bureaucrats with the powerful lobbying machines that endlessly swirl around the Hill, creating an ecosystem of unprecedented access and persuasion. Chapter 11: The Geography of Vice. Welcome back to Washington Confidential. In our previous discussions, we peeled back layers of officialdom, revealing the undercurrents of power and personality that shaped the nation's capital. Now, as we delve into Chapter 11, The Geography of Vice, we embark on a journey that requires us to trade our mental maps of gleaming marble and stately avenues for a different kind of urban landscape, one etched with shadows, whispered secrets, and the undeniable presence of illicit activities. This isn't merely a chapter about vice itself, but rather about where vice chose to make its home, how it carved out its own territories within the very heart of the American dream. Why, you might ask, is understanding the physical location of these hidden worlds so crucial to grasping the true essence of 1950s Washington, D.C.? Because vice, like any social phenomenon, doesn't exist in a vacuum. It adheres to a logic, a set of circumstances, and most importantly, a specific geography. Our core concept today is precisely that, mapping out the specific neighborhoods where illicit activities thrived, not in some distant, abstract realm, but often just a stone's throw, albeit an often ignored stone's throw, from the very monuments and institutions that represented American idealism and rectitude. Picture, if you will, the majestic Lincoln Memorial, the towering Washington Monument, the Grand Capitol Building, symbols of democracy, freedom, and national pride. Yet, mere blocks or a short drive away, a different Washington pulsed with a clandestine energy. This was a Washington of gambling dens tucked behind innocuous storefronts, of backroom card games where fortunes were won and lost in the blink of an eye, of discreet brothels operating with a practiced subtlety, and of speakeasy-like establishments catering to thirsts both social and illicit. This geography wasn't accidental, it was a consequence of economic disparity, social segregation, and the inherent human desire, often born of desperation or opportunity, to operate outside the conventional gaze. Understanding this spatial distribution allows us to see how the city implicitly, and sometimes explicitly, sanctioned or tolerated these activities, creating a complex web where the respectable and the disreputable often coexisted, sometimes even intertwined, in surprising ways. It paints a more honest, albeit less flattering, portrait of the capital, revealing the stark contrast between its curated public image and its lived realities. Let's begin our mental, descriptive tour of 1950s Washington, D.C., a city where the veneer of power and prestige often masked a grittier reality. Imagine stepping away from the bustling avenues of downtown, perhaps turning your back on the imposing Treasury building or the fashionable shops along G Street. If you were to venture eastward, away from the well-trodden paths of government workers and tourists, particularly towards areas like what was then known as the lower 14th Street corridor or even some of the shoddier blocks along Massachusetts Avenue, the atmosphere would perceptibly shift. The grand architecture would give way to more modest, often deteriorating, row houses and commercial buildings. The sounds would change from the dignified hum of official business to the more raucous clamor of late-night establishments, the murmur of secretive conversations, and perhaps the distant, soulful wail of a saxophone from a jazz club. These were the streets where the lights burned a little dimmer, but the desires often shone brighter. These were places where neon signs, even if faded, hinted at pleasures that weren't advertised in the morning papers, where the scent of stale tobacco, cheap perfume, and simmering desperation hung heavy in the air. The ornate street lamps of the Federal Triangle would be replaced by bare bulbs in alleyways, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to hold their own secrets. Consider the tale of a young, ambitious congressional aide, new to the city, who one evening decided to explore beyond his usual haunts near Capitol Hill. He noticed the casual way men lingered in doorways, the swift, knowing glances exchanged between passers-by, and the hushed solicitations from women standing in the shadows. What began as an innocent curiosity quickly morphed into a profound sense of unease, then a stark realization. He saw a well-dressed man, clearly a man of some standing, discreetly slipping into an unmarked door, only to emerge an hour later, adjusting his tie with a look that was a mix of satisfaction and hurried discretion. This aide, previously shielded by the bubble of official Washington, had stumbled upon a hidden world operating in plain sight, a world that existed parallel to, yet entirely separate from, the one he inhabited by day. The very existence of such a stark geographical contrast created a fascinating psychological dynamic within the city. For those on the right side of the tracks, it fostered a sense of comfortable ignorance, allowing them to conveniently compartmentalize and dismiss the other Washington as a distant problem, separate from their own respectable lives. For those living or working within these vice districts, it bred a complex mix of resilience, cynicism, and sometimes, a profound sense of entrapment. It cemented a dual consciousness within the city's populace, the public face of gleaming monuments and powerful institutions versus the whispered, hidden reality of its underbelly. This duality wasn't just physical, it was deeply psychological, shaping how citizens perceived their city, their neighbors, and ultimately, themselves. It created a divide between those who knew the true city and those who preferred to remain blissfully, or willfully, ignorant. For us, the listeners, understanding this historical geographical segregation offers a powerful practical application for engaging with any urban environment, past or present. When you visit a new city, or even your own, challenge yourself to look beyond the curated tourist spots and official narratives. Seek out local histories, observe the subtle cues in different neighborhoods, the architecture, the local businesses, even the quality of the streets. Ask yourself, what stories are these places trying to tell me, and what stories might they be hiding? This exercise in critical observation allows you to build a more nuanced, empathetic, and complete understanding of a city's social and economic fabric, recognizing that every city is a tapestry woven with many different threads, some bright, some dark, but all integral to its character. This brings us seamlessly to our second key point, highlighting the stark socio-economic divides that were not merely abstract concepts, but tangible realities etched into the very street plan of Washington, D.C. In the 1950s, the affluence of areas like Georgetown, DuPont Circle, and the wealthy enclaves northwest of the White House stood in stark, often brutal, contrast to the struggling neighborhoods to the east and south, particularly across the Anacostia River, or within the inner-city districts where poverty and racial segregation were deeply entrenched. These were not just differences in income, they manifested in the very infrastructure, paved versus unpaved roads, access to public services, quality of housing, and proximity to decent employment opportunities. Vice often found its most fertile ground in these neglected areas, not necessarily because the residents were inherently more prone to illicit behavior, but because desperation, lack of legitimate prospects, and systemic marginalization often left few other avenues for survival or even a fleeting sense of escape. Gambling, prostitution, and the illicit liquor trade thrived where law enforcement might be less vigilant or more corruptible, and where the community had fewer resources to resist their influence. The grand boulevards that swept past ambassadorial residences seemed a world away from the crowded alleys where illegal numbers games flourished, yet geographically, they were often just miles apart. Picture a typical weekday in the mid-1950s. A high-ranking governor. His morning patrol might involve friendly greetings from shopkeepers on a well-lit avenue. But as his shift moved into the afternoon and he turned a corner onto a specific stretch of 9th Street NW, or ventured into the alleyways off P Street, his posture would change. He'd become more vigilant, his senses heightened. He'd learn the specific storefronts that were fronts for illegal activities, the particular women who discreetly plied their trade, the distinct smell of marijuana that wafted from certain basements. He quickly learned that the geography wasn't just physical, it was a roadmap of unspoken rules, alliances, and dangers. The mere act of crossing a specific street, from a well-lit commercial strip to a darker residential block, signaled a transition into a different operational zone, demanding a different kind of policing, a different understanding of the city's inhabitants. The ability to mentally navigate this complex, often hidden, landscape was a crucial form of street smarts for both those involved in vice and those seeking to avoid it. For the perpetrators, it was about knowing where to operate with relative impunity, where the authorities were less likely to patrol, or where they might find a sympathetic ear. For the ordinary citizen, this spatial awareness was a survival mechanism, knowing which blocks to avoid after dark, which establishments to steer clear of, and which routes were safe. It fostered a unique kind of urban intuition, a silent language communicated through subtle visual cues and reputation. This topographical knowledge created a distinct sense of insiders versus outsiders, those who understood the true, gritty map of Washington, D.C., and those who only ever saw its idealized, monumental facade. It also underscored how physical space could dictate social roles and opportunities, or lack thereof. For us, the listeners, the practical application here is to cultivate a deeper appreciation for the role of spatial relationships in shaping human experience and historical narratives. When you encounter any historical account that mentions specific locations, take the time to consult a map, perhaps a historical map if available, to visualize the geography being described. Understand how proximity, distance, and direction can influence social dynamics, economic activity, and even power structures. For instance, consider how the location of a courthouse relative to a poor neighborhood, or the placement of an industrial zone relative to a residential area, can have profound effects on the lives of its inhabitants. By actively engaging with the spatial dimension of history, you gain a richer, more tangible understanding of the past and its lingering impacts on the present. So, as we conclude our exploration of the geography of vice, it becomes profoundly clear that 1950s Washington, D.C. was far more than just a collection of impressive buildings and powerful people. It was a complex urban organism, with a hidden circulatory system of illicit activities that flowed through specific arteries and settled in particular organs. Vice was not a random blight, but a geographically concentrated phenomenon, shaped by socio-economic divides, racial segregation, and the often unseen struggles of its inhabitants. This mapping reveals a city of stark contrasts, where the gleaming marble of official Washington stood in direct, often uncomfortable, proximity to the dim, whispered secrets of its underbelly. Understanding this spatial distribution allows us to grasp the nuanced reality of life in the capital, challenging us to look beyond simplistic narratives and to appreciate the intricate interplay between place, power, and human behavior. It compels us to consider how cities, even today, continue to organize and reveal their hidden truths through their physical layout. In our next chapter, we will delve deeper into the who behind these establishments, exploring the colorful characters, the operators, the patrons, and the silent enablers, who brought this geography to life, giving voice to the whispers of W. Chapter 12, Embassy Row Secrets. Welcome back to Washington Confidential. In our journey through the hidden corners of the nation's capital, we've explored the corridors of power and the backrooms of influence. Now, we turn our gaze outwards, to the magnificent mansions and imposing fortresses that line Embassy Row, a unique stretch of territory where the rules of the city, and indeed the nation, sometimes seem to bend. This chapter, Embassy Row Secrets, plunges us headfirst into the intricate, often opaque world of international corruption, high-stakes espionage, and the curious, sometimes alarming, abuse of diplomatic immunity. Imagine, if you will, a city within a city, where sovereign flags flutter in the breeze, and where the everyday laws that govern the lives of ordinary citizens can, at times, appear to lose their hold. Embassy Row is more than just an impressive collection of architectural marvels, it is a crossroads of cultures, ambitions, and sometimes, darker intentions. It's here, amidst the formal receptions and carefully worded pronouncements, that a vibrant, often illicit, ecosystem thrives. We are talking about a realm where the pursuit of national interest can blur dangerously with personal gain, where the cloak of diplomacy can conceal everything from minor transgressions to acts that threaten national security. Are these grand edifices truly just centers of diplomacy, or are they, at times, stages for a different kind of global drama, one filled with intrigue and moral compromise? Let us pull back the velvet curtain and see what secrets Embassy Row truly holds. Our first key insight takes us into the scandalous events that frequently embroil foreign diplomats and their local fixers, painting a vivid picture of corruption blossoming under the very nose of official Washington. Diplomats, often operating with substantial discretionary funds and the inherent freedom that comes with their unique status, sometimes find themselves susceptible to the temptations of their host city. On the other side of this illicit equation are the local fixers, a diverse group ranging from the ostensibly legitimate, yet morally flexible, lobbyists to outright shadowy figures operating on the fringes of legality. These fixers are the grease in the wheels of clandestine operations, the facilitators who know precisely how to navigate the complex web of local regulations and unspoken expectations. They provide the connections, the access, and often, the anonymity required for these illicit dealings to flourish. Consider, for a moment, the infamous tale of a certain Eastern European cultural attaché. On the surface, he was a charming purveyor of his nation's arts, hosting elegant gallery openings and showcasing folk dances. Yet, beneath this cultured facade lay a thriving black market operation. With the assistance of a seemingly innocuous local import-export agent, this attaché was systematically bringing in crates of high-end consumer electronics, televisions, stereo systems, and luxury watches, all under the guise of diplomatic cargo and therefore exempt from customs duties and taxes. These goods, meant for the embassy's official use, were instead diverted and sold at significant profit to an exclusive network of eager buyers, eager to bypass the higher prices of legitimate retail. The local fixer ensured smooth passage through port authorities, managed the clandestine storage, and facilitated the anonymous sales, taking a substantial cut for his troubles. The diplomatic pouch, a symbol of sovereign communication, became a conduit for contraband, enriching a few individuals at the expense of the public coffers and fair trade practices. Why does such a seemingly localized scandal matter in the grand scheme of things? Psychologically, these events deeply erode public trust, not only in the integrity of international relations but also in the fairness of the legal system itself. When citizens witness foreign nationals operating with a perceived immunity from the rules that bind everyone else, it creates a profound sense of two-tiered justice. This breeds. It also starkly highlights the insidious nature of human greed and the intoxicating power that comes with feeling untouchable, fostering an environment where ethical lines become increasingly blurred. For the listener, the practical application here is not to become paranoid, but rather to cultivate a discerning eye. When encountering business propositions that seem unusually lucrative or suspiciously simple, particularly those involving international transactions or individuals operating outside conventional frameworks, a healthy skepticism is warranted. Always question why certain shortcuts are available and what risks might be concealed beneath the surface of an appealing deal. Our journey continues as we delve deeper into the systemic exploitation of diplomatic immunity for personal gain, an issue that frequently sparks both outrage and frustration among the local populace. Diplomatic immunity, a cornerstone of international law codified by the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, was established to ensure that diplomats could perform their duties without fear of harassment or arbitrary arrest by their host nation. It is a vital protection, intended to foster smooth international communication. However, this shield, meant for official function, is too often wielded as a sword for personal impunity, extending far beyond parking violations to serious financial fraud, unresolved personal debts, and even violent offenses. Consider the egregious, yet unfortunately common, scenario of a senior ambassador from a small, resource-rich nation. This individual leased a magnificent, historic townhouse in Georgetown, complete with antique furnishings and meticulously maintained gardens. For 2 years, the rent payments arrived like clockwork. Then, suddenly, they ceased. Repeated calls and letters from the landlord went unanswered. When the ambassador was finally recalled to his home country, the landlord discovered a scene of absolute devastation. The property was severely damaged, walls defaced, expensive fixtures removed, and priceless antiques either stolen or irreparably broken. The cumulative cost of repairs and missing items ran into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Despite overwhelming evidence and clear breaches of contract, the landlord found himself utterly powerless. Diplomatic immunity meant the ambassador could not be sued in American courts, his nation simply ignored the claims, and there was no practical recourse. The perpetrator vanished, leaving behind a trail of financial wreckage and a profound sense of injustice. From a psychological perspective, the exploitation of diplomatic immunity for such personal gain strikes at the very core of our societal need for justice and fairness. It creates a class of victims who are completely deprived of legal recourse, leading to feelings of profound helplessness, betrayal, and uncompensated suffering. This unchecked impunity also fosters a dangerous sense of entitlement among certain diplomatic personnel, effectively encouraging further transgressions by removing the threat of consequences. It's a stark reminder that even the most well-intentioned international laws can be twisted to serve individual self-interest, leaving ordinary citizens vulnerable. For you, the listener, Understanding this reality has practical implications. If you ever find yourself interacting with individuals who possess diplomatic immunity, whether as a landlord, a service provider, or even a business partner, exercise extreme caution. Seek legal counsel specializing in international law to understand the nuances and limitations. It also serves as a potent reminder of the ongoing need for international dialogue and potential reforms to balance the crucial protections offered by diplomatic immunity with the equally vital demands of accountability and justice for all. Finally, we must weave these threads of corruption and immunity into the overarching tapestry of the Cold War, a period that elevated the stakes of every secret and every vulnerability within Washington. The Cold War was no. Chapter 13, The Cost of Doing Business. Welcome back, dear listener, to Washington Confidential. In our journey so far, we've peeled back layers of secrecy, exposing the intricate web of influence, the silent nods and winks, the backroom deals that define much of our nation's capital. We've seen the architects of the system, the power players, the strategists operating in the shadows. But as we transition into Chapter 13, aptly titled The Cost of Doing Business, our focus shifts dramatically. We move away from the perpetrators and towards the victims. We stop looking at the hands that pull the strings and start examining the hands that bear the scars. Today, we delve deep into the profound financial and, perhaps even more importantly, the moral toll that this corrupt machine relentlessly inflicts upon the average citizen. This isn't a story of abstract political machinations, it's a narrative of real lives, real struggles, and real futures altered by a system designed to serve a select few, not the many. What does it truly cost you, the person working hard every day, the small business owner striving to make ends meet, the family hoping for a better future, when the foundations of justice and fairness are eroded by unseen forces? That is the question we seek to answer, to understand, and hopefully, to compel you to act upon. Let me begin by sharing a story that, while specific, echoes countless untold tales across our nation. Imagine Mr. Henderson. He wasn't a senator, nor a high-flying lobbyist. Mr. Henderson was a carpenter, a craftsman, a man who built his small construction company from the ground up with sweat, skill, and an unwavering belief in honest work. For years, he'd prided himself on fair bids, quality workmanship, and treating his crew like family. He lived in a quiet suburb, paid his taxes, and dreamed of putting his daughter through college. One year, a significant municipal contract opened up, the renovation of a community center, a project Mr. Henderson felt uniquely qualified for. He poured weeks into preparing a meticulous bid, calculating every nail and every hour, ensuring it was both competitive and sustainable. He was confident. His reputation in the local community was impeccable. He had the best safety record, highly skilled employees, and a genuinely fair price. Yet, time and again, his bids, along with those from other earnest local contractors, were passed over. The contract invariably went to a larger, less established, often more expensive firm. 1. It turned out, with direct ties to a prominent city council member. Mr. Henderson couldn't comprehend how a less qualified, more expensive proposal could consistently win. He'd tried to understand, to challenge, to make sense of the opaque decision-making process, only to be met with bureaucratic jargon and stonewalling. Mr. Henderson saw his dream, his livelihood, slowly erode. He watched as his best employees, unable to secure steady work, found jobs elsewhere. He started taking on smaller, less profitable projects, just to keep the lights on, often working longer hours for diminishing returns. The hope he had for his daughter's future, once so vivid, began to dim, clouded by the creeping despair of an unfair system. He wasn't asking for special favors, merely a fair shot, an even playing field. But in this landscape, fairness was a luxury, not a guarantee. The psychological impact on Mr. Henderson was devastating. It wasn't just about the lost income, it was the gnawing sense of injustice, the feeling that his integrity, his hard work, meant nothing against the invisible hand of political favor. It stripped him of his agency, his belief in a meritocratic system, leaving him feeling powerless and resentful. Can you imagine the frustration, the sheer demoralization of knowing you're doing everything right, adhering to all the rules, investing your life's energy, yet constantly being sidelined by those who play by different, unspoken rules, rules that privilege connection over competence? The emotional burden of that betrayal of trust weighs heavily on individuals, often manifesting in stress, anxiety, and a profound sense of alienation from the very democratic ideals they once held dear. So, what can we, as listeners, take from Mr. Henderson's plight? The practical application here is to cultivate a keen eye for patterns in your own communities. When public contracts are consistently awarded to the same few companies, especially those with political connections, or when projects seem to defy logical economic sense, it's not merely coincidence, it's a red flag. Question why public services. Aren't these the very pillars upon which our society, our democracy, is supposed to be built? When influence peddling determines who gets a job, who wins a contract, or who escapes legal scrutiny, the promise of equal opportunity becomes a cruel joke, a hollow platitude. The rule of law, meant to be blind and impartial, instead wears the spectacles of political expediency, its judgment clouded by personal gain. We talk about justice being blind, but in these corridors of power, she is often bought and sold, her scales tipped by the weight of cash and connections. How does it feel to know that your merit, your effort, your adherence to the rules, your honest dealings, might be utterly irrelevant in the face of someone else's well-placed bribe or powerful family ties? It's an affront to the very essence of what we believe makes a society just and equitable, a betrayal of the social contract that binds us together. Psychologically, this attack on fairness generates moral injury. It's not merely sadness or anger, it's a deep violation of one's moral compass, a profound betrayal of deeply held values. When the institutions meant to uphold justice and fairness fail to do so, it can lead to a pervasive sense of disillusionment and a devastating loss of faith in humanity and in the systems designed to protect us. This moral injury can manifest as apathy, as people retreat from civic engagement, believing their efforts are futile and that the system is unchangeable. Or, conversely, it can ignite righteous anger, a desperate, passionate cry for fundamental change, a refusal to accept the status quo. It challenges our understanding of right and wrong, forcing us to confront a reality where virtue is often punished and vice, with its connections and illicit gains, is rewarded. This psychological burden is heavier than any financial loss, for it compromises our very idealism, our vision for a better, more just world. It chips away at our collective sense of hope and our belief in progress. What, then, are the practical application steps for you, the listener, in upholding justice? This is where your active citizenship becomes paramount, a duty to yourself and to future generations. Vote not just on personality or party lines, but meticulously scrutinize a candidate's unwavering commitment to transparency, accountability, and integrity. Support legislation that strengthens ethics oversight, closes loopholes that facilitate corruption, and reduces opportunities for conflicts of interest within government. Join or initiate local advocacy groups that champion good governance and demand higher ethical standards from public servants. Speak out against injustice, even when it feels daunting, even when you feel like a lone voice. Remember, the machinery of corruption thrives in silence and apathy, in the darkness where it can operate unseen. Your voice, combined with the voices of others, can be a powerful counterforce, a beacon of light demanding honesty. It is a continuous effort, a daily commitment to the ideals of fairness, ensuring that the cost of doing business is not the erosion of our collective soul, our democratic principles, and our shared future. It's about insisting that integrity is not an option, but a fundamental requirement for all who serve the public. So, as we conclude this chapter on the cost of doing business, let us not forget Mr. Henderson and the countless others whose lives are invisibly, yet profoundly, impacted by the pervasive rot of corruption. Their stories are not isolated incidents but symptoms of a systemic ailment that demands our unwavering attention. The financial costs are staggering, manifested in higher taxes, diminished public services, and stifled economic potential, but the moral toll, the erosion of trust, the injustice, the despair, is arguably far greater. It's a cost borne by all of us, whether we realize it or not, a silent tax on our integrity and our future. In our next chapter, we will turn our attention to the enablers, the quiet accomplices who, through their silence, their compliance. Chapter 14, Spies and Paranoia. Welcome, esteemed listeners, to Chapter 14 of Washington Confidential, Spies and Paranoia. Today, we delve into a shadowy, unsettling corner of America's capital, an era where the very air seemed thick with suspicion and the whispers of unseen enemies. We're journeying back to a time when Washington, D.C. wasn't just the seat of power, but also a hotbed of clandestine activities, a stage where the drama of international espionage played out against the backdrop of domestic anxieties. This chapter explores the pervasive fear of infiltration, the chilling sensation that the enemy wasn't just across oceans, but perhaps sitting at the next desk, or even within one's own trusted circle. Imagine the weight of that suspicion, the constant double takes, the questioning of loyalties, even among longtime colleagues. It was an environment that profoundly shaped policy, careers, and the very fabric of daily life in the nation's capital. Our first crucial point is to truly grasp the tense, espionage thriller tone that defined this period. How does an entire city come to feel like the setting of a spy novel? Well, consider the pervasive atmosphere. Picture late-night meetings in dimly lit government offices, where the clatter of a typewriter or a sudden telephone ring could make hearts pound. Imagine envelopes with unmarked return addresses, slipped under doors or into unsuspecting mailboxes, containing information that could either save a nation or utterly destroy a career. We're talking about a time when every foreign diplomat, every new face in a government agency, every seemingly innocuous social gathering, was scrutinized for ulterior motives. The stakes were incredibly high: national security, ideological supremacy, the very future of the free world as it was then conceived. It wasn't just about secrets, it was about trust, loyalty, and betrayal. Let's bring this to life with a real-world echo. Think of the sudden disappearance of a mid-level State Department official on a supposedly routine trip abroad, only for rumors to surface months later that they had defected, or worse, been compromised. Or imagine the discovery of a seemingly innocuous document, perhaps a memo detailing mundane logistical arrangements, found to contain coded messages in its marginalia, revealing a network of informants. These weren't just plot devices for novels, they were real fears, real possibilities. The tension was palpable because the consequences were dire. Career ruin, imprisonment, even execution for espionage were not abstract concepts, but very real threats. The silent hum of a passing car could feel menacing, a flickering street lamp could seem like a signal, and an unexpected late-night visitor could be friend or foe. From a psychological perspective, why does this matter so deeply? Such an environment breeds a profound sense of psychological insecurity. When trust is eroded, individuals become hypersensitive to threats, real or imagined. This can lead to paranoia, an overwhelming sense that one is being watched or targeted, even without concrete evidence. It forces people to constantly self-censor, to think twice before expressing an opinion, forming a friendship, or even sharing a light-hearted joke. The chilling effect on open discourse and creativity is immense. Decision-making becomes clouded by fear, leading to overreactions or, conversely, a dangerous paralysis. It strips away the comfort of normalcy, replacing it with a constant, low-level hum of anxiety that wears down the human spirit. For us, the listeners, what practical application can we draw from understanding this historical tension? It teaches us the critical importance of evaluating information sources, especially in times of perceived crisis. It encourages us to question narratives that rely heavily on fear and suspicion. How do we differentiate between legitimate security concerns and manipulative fear-mongering designed to control public opinion? The lesson is to cultivate a discerning mind, to look beyond the sensational headlines, and to always seek corroborating evidence before accepting sweeping accusations. It's about protecting our own psychological well-being from the insidious creep of paranoia, even when faced with genuine threats, by anchoring ourselves in verifiable facts and critical thought. Our second major point unravels the dangerous and often squalid intersection of domestic organized crime and foreign intelligence operations. It might seem like an unlikely pairing, the shadowy world of mobsters and the refined corridors of diplomacy, but in the era we're discussing, these two worlds frequently, and disastrously, collided. Organized crime syndicates, with their vast networks for smuggling, illicit gambling, prostitution, and extortion, possessed infrastructure and influence that foreign spies found incredibly tempting. Think about it, a foreign agent needing to move sensitive materials across borders without official scrutiny might find a willing partner in a seasoned smuggler. A diplomat with a hidden gambling addiction or a secret love affair could become the perfect target for blackmail by a mob operative, who then, in turn, could be pressured by an intelligence agency. A vivid real-world example would be the notorious connections between certain mob figures and high-ranking government officials, or even individuals working within sensitive defense industries. Imagine a powerful union leader, known to have ties to organized crime, suddenly advocating for specific industrial contracts that coincidentally benefit a company with hidden foreign ownership. Or consider a scenario where a foreign power exploits a mob boss's vulnerability, perhaps a massive debt owed to the syndicate, using it as leverage to gain access to a port, a warehouse, or even sensitive information about military movements. The vulnerabilities were everywhere. Money laundering schemes could provide cover for espionage funding, illegal gambling dens could be used for clandestine meetings, and the pervasive corruption could open doors that conventional methods never could. Psychologically, why does this intersection matter so profoundly? It highlights the human element of vulnerability and exploitation. Individuals caught in the web of organized crime, whether through addiction, greed, or fear, become compromised. Their personal weaknesses are transformed into national security risks. The psychological toll of being blackmailed, of having one's personal life weaponized against them, is immense. It forces individuals into impossible moral dilemmas, often leading to a gradual erosion of personal integrity and loyalty. This intersection demonstrates how easily personal vice can be exploited for geopolitical gain, blurring the lines between private transgression and public danger. It's a stark reminder that even seemingly minor personal indiscretions can have far-reaching, devastating consequences when exposed to those who would exploit them. Practically speaking, what can we, as discerning citizens, learn from this historical confluence of crime and espionage? It underscores the importance of transparency and accountability in public life, and even in private conduct for those in positions of trust. It prompts us to consider how vulnerabilities, both personal and systemic, can be exploited. For anyone involved in sensitive fields, it's a stark warning about the dangers of living a double life or engaging in activities that could make one susceptible to blackmail. More broadly, it encourages a societal vigilance against corruption at all levels, recognizing that seemingly minor breaches of ethics can create cracks through which larger, more sinister threats can infiltrate. It's about understanding that integrity isn't just a moral virtue, it's a practical safeguard against manipulation. Finally, let's shine a light on the Red Scare context and how it was so ruthlessly manipulated by politicians of the era. This was not just about genuine espionage threats, it was about political. Chapter 15, Organized Crime Connections. Welcome back to Washington Confidential. In our journey through the shadowy corridors of power, we peeled back many layers of civic ambition and political intrigue. But now, we delve into perhaps the most unsettling revelation, Chapter 15, Organized Crime Connections. Prepare yourselves, for what we uncover here is the insidious tendril of national crime syndicates reaching directly into the heart of our nation's capital, intertwining with the local political machine in ways that would shock the most hardened cynic. How could the very institutions designed to uphold law and order become complicit in its subversion? This chapter lays bare the undeniable truth that Washington, D.C., far from being an impenetrable fortress of democratic purity, was a strategic territory for some of America's most infamous mob bosses. Consider figures like Meyer Lansky, the financial wizard of the mob, or the calculating reach of Lucky Luciano's vast network. While they might not have strolled down Pennsylvania Avenue themselves, their influence permeated through layers of proxies, investments, and silent partners. Their vested interests in D.C. weren't about patriotism, they were about profit, about controlling lucrative enterprises from illegal gambling operations to legitimate-looking construction firms, all fueled by the city's unique economic pulse and its transient, high-stakes population. Let's explore this mutually beneficial, yet utterly corrupt, partnership between lawmakers and gangsters. Imagine a powerful city councilman, known for his ability to get things done, quietly ensuring that a particular zoning variance passes, paving the way for a new, ostensibly legitimate hotel project. What the public doesn't see, however, is that this hotel is a prime location for an illegal casino on its top floor, or a clearinghouse for bootleg liquor, all financed and operated by crime figures. In return for such legislative favors, the councilman's re-election campaign fund experiences an unprecedented surge of anonymous donations, and his political machine gains an almost magical ability to deliver votes in critical precincts. This isn't just about money, it's about power, about control over resources, and about insulating both parties from prosecution. It was an unspoken, unwritten compact, protection for profit, influence for immunity. Why does this matter so deeply to us today? Psychologically, these revelations shatter the illusion of a clean, incorruptible government. They demonstrate how easily the ideals of public service can be twisted into self-service, how the lines between legitimate power and illicit influence can blur until they become indistinguishable. It fosters a profound sense of distrust, making citizens question every policy, every official, every outcome. When the very guardians of justice are compromised, the entire social contract begins to unravel. The insidious nature of these connections wasn't just about individual acts of corruption, it was about the systemic weakening of democratic institutions, where decisions were made not for the public good, but for the enrichment of a select few and their shadowy partners. So, what can we, as listeners, take away from this disquieting history? The practical application lies in cultivating a keen sense of observation and critical thinking. It means looking beyond the surface-level rhetoric, examining who truly benefits from policy decisions, and questioning sudden, inexplicable shifts in political allegiances or personal wealth among public officials. It demands that we remain vigilant, understanding that the struggle for transparent and honest governance is perpetual. It's about recognizing that the seeds of corruption, once planted, can grow into a dense, almost impenetrable forest, obscuring the path to true public representation. As we conclude this chapter, reflect on how these historical entanglements between organized crime and political figures underscore the fragility of ethical leadership. The lessons gleaned here are not merely historical footnotes, they are potent reminders of the constant need for accountability and integrity in public life. In our next chapter, we will shift our focus to the equally complex web of foreign espionage and Cold War intrigue, revealing how global powers also sought to exploit Washington's vulnerabilities, adding yet another layer to the Capitol's multifaceted secrets. Chapter 16, The Social Climber's Dilemma. Welcome back to Washington Confidential. In this chapter, The Social Climber's Dilemma, we dissect the desperate, sometimes fatal measures people took to gain status in the Capitol. It's a world where ambition, unchecked, can lead to ruin. Consider the tragic arc of Evelyn Thorne, a fictional yet archetypal figure. Driven by a relentless need for acceptance, she sacrificed her integrity, her relationships, and ultimately, her peace of mind for fleeting social standing. Psychologically, this highlights the profound cost of external validation, eroding genuine self-worth. For listeners, it urges reflection: what are your true values, and are you compromising them? The immense psychological pressure in DC society demanded constant performance, creating an environment ripe for anxiety and disillusionment. To survive, one must discern authentic connections from transactional ones. Humanizing this blind ambition reveals a deep-seated desire for significance, often masking insecurity. Recognizing these drivers within oneself is the first step toward healthier aspirations. Ultimately, these tales serve as cautionary reminders. Next, we'll explore the hidden world of backroom deals. Chapter 17, Scandals That Were Buried. Welcome back, dear listeners, to Washington Confidential. In this 17th chapter, we delve into the shadowy corners where truth often goes to die. We're here to unearth the absolute biggest stories, the ones that were entirely suppressed from the public record, vanished from the headlines, and deliberately kept from the American people. Isn't it fascinating to consider what powerful forces deem too sensitive, too damaging, to ever see the light of day? Imagine, for instance, a situation where a high-ranking official, renowned for their public integrity, was secretly embroiled in a financial scheme that didn't just bend the rules, but shattered them entirely. Picture intricate offshore accounts, shell corporations used to funnel illicit gains, and the quiet redirection of government contracts to family-owned entities. The details, when you piece them together, paint a picture of deliberate, systemic corruption reaching the highest echelons. Consider the whispers that once circulated about a certain Bridgegate incident, not the one you might recall from the news, but an earlier, far more insidious version, involving critical infrastructure projects where bids were allegedly rigged, and any whistleblowers mysteriously found their careers dissolving. The official narrative was always that these were isolated incidents, swiftly dealt with, but our digging reveals a coordinated effort to silence any dissent, any voice that threatened to expose the true scale of the operation. Why does this step-by-step revelation matter so profoundly to our understanding? Because it taps into our innate desire for justice and transparency. When we see the threads woven together, we gain a sense of satisfaction, a validation of our suspicions that not everything is as it appears. It's the thrill of the detective, meticulously piecing together fragments to form a coherent, often disturbing, whole. For you, the listener, this means developing a more critical eye. When a scandal appears to be resolved too quickly, or disappears from the news cycle without lingering questions, ask yourself, what aren't they telling us? What details have been conveniently omitted or swept under the rug? It's about cultivating a healthy, informed skepticism. Now, why would such a monumental scandal, one with clear evidence and multiple potential witnesses, be completely buried? The mechanics are often chillingly simple yet incredibly effective. It's not always about direct threats, although those certainly occur. More often, it's a sophisticated interplay of influence. Think about the strategic placement of friendly journalists, the quiet pressure exerted on editorial boards through advertising revenue or access, and the leveraging of personal connections within the establishment. Imagine the sheer weight of institutional power brought to bear to ensure that a story, even one as explosive as our example, never truly gains traction. Consider the rumored Octopus Files, a collection of documents whispered to detail widespread political and corporate espionage. The official line was always that these were unsubstantiated conspiracy theories. But behind the scenes, the story goes, the sheer interconnectedness of the individuals implicated, spanning multiple agencies and industries, made it too perilous to expose. The potential for a complete collapse of public trust, a true crisis of legitimacy, was simply too high. The perceived greater good of maintaining stability often outweighed the public's right to know. The suppression of such stories plays on our collective fear of chaos. We inherently want to believe that our institutions are sound, that our leaders are, for the most part, acting in our best interests. When a story threatens that fundamental belief, the psychological pressure to either dismiss it or allow it to be buried becomes immense, both for those in power and, surprisingly, for parts of the public who prefer comforting lies to uncomfortable truths. Your takeaway here is to recognize the intricate power dynamics at play. Understand that news isn't just reported, it's often managed. When you see a story quickly dismissed as a conspiracy theory without thorough investigation, or when specific individuals are relentlessly attacked for raising legitimate questions, consider the possibility that you're witnessing the mechanics of suppression in action. Look for the coordinated dismissal, the overwhelming counter-narrative. What truly distinguishes these buried scandals is not just their existence, but the clandestine efforts to keep them hidden. We've spoken to former insiders, individuals who, for years, held fragments of these truths. They revealed the coded language used in internal communications to discuss these matters without leaving a paper trail. They spoke of damage control teams operating outside official channels, whose sole purpose was to neutralize threats, not just to reputations, but to entire systems. Imagine the quiet calls, the veiled warnings, the subtle shifts in allegiances that occurred to ensure these secrets remained buried. One former aide recounted how a seemingly innocuous reassignment of a key investigator was, in fact, a carefully orchestrated removal to halt an inquiry into questionable land deals involving influential senators. The official reason given was organizational restructuring, but the truth was a direct intervention to prevent a scandal from detonating. This wasn't public knowledge, it was an exclusive, behind-the-scenes maneuver that only those intimately involved would ever fully grasp. These behind-the-scenes revelations are profoundly compelling because they pull back the curtain, allowing us to feel privy to forbidden knowledge. It satisfies our curiosity about how power truly operates in the shadows, confirming our suspicions that there's often more than meets the eye. It's the allure of the untold story, the secret history, that keeps us utterly captivated. As you navigate the news landscape, pay attention to the subtext, the things not explicitly stated. Look for sudden, unexplained personnel changes in sensitive areas. Consider why certain individuals are pushed out or disappear from public view after seemingly trivial missteps. These are often the subtle indicators of a larger narrative being meticulously controlled. So, as we conclude this chapter, remember that the silence surrounding these buried scandals is not accidental. It is a carefully constructed edifice, designed to protect power, maintain order, and, sometimes, to preserve reputations at any cost. But by understanding the mechanisms of suppression, by law. Chapter 18, The Illusion of Justice. Welcome back to Washington Confidential. In this chapter, The Illusion of Justice, we pull back the pristine curtain on the hallowed halls of American jurisprudence, revealing a truth far more complex, and often, far more disheartening. Our focus today is on a profoundly unsettling dynamic: how the very foundations of our court system and judiciary were, at times, skillfully and subtly manipulated by the elite, not for the common good, but specifically to protect their own interests, their reputations, and their powerful positions. This isn't merely about isolated incidents, it's about a systemic vulnerability, a quiet subversion that allowed privilege to masquerade as impartiality, creating a justice system that often served the powerful more than the principle of true equality under the law. Have we truly understood the depth of this influence, or have we been content with the comforting lie of a truly blind justice? Consider, if you will, a scenario that, though perhaps not recorded in every history book with explicit detail, echoed through the whispers of Washington's inner circles, the trial of a prominent industrialist, let's call him Mr. Sterling. Accused of egregious violations, including price fixing and market manipulation that directly harmed countless small businesses and everyday consumers, the evidence against him seemed overwhelming, almost irrefutable. Yet, as the proceedings unfolded, a strange alchemy occurred. Key witnesses suddenly developed convenient memory lapses, crucial documents mysteriously went missing from evidence lockers, and the prosecution, once so zealous, appeared to lose its vigor. The media, initially ravenous, slowly shifted its tone. Ultimately, Mr. Sterling walked free, a verdict that left many scratching their heads, wondering if the scales of justice had been subtly, yet decisively, tipped. Why does such a spectacle matter? Psychologically, it's devastating. When the public witnesses such blatant disparities, when they see the powerful escape consequences that would crush an ordinary citizen, it doesn't just erode trust in the judiciary, it poisons the very wellspring of civic engagement. It fosters a deep-seated cynicism, a belief that the game is rigged, that personal effort and adherence to the law are ultimately meaningless against entrenched power. This emotional disengagement can be far more damaging than any single scandal, weakening the societal fabric from within. So, what can we, as listeners, glean from this historical pattern? Practically, it urges us towards a vigilant skepticism. It's about demanding transparency in legal processes, supporting robust, independent journalism that dares to investigate uncomfortable truths, and actively questioning narratives surrounding high-profile cases, especially when the outcomes defy common sense or justice. Don't simply accept the headlines, look deeper. This manipulation often extended directly into the heart of the courtroom itself, through the compromising of judges and the subtle, or not so subtle, influencing of juries. Imagine a judge, seemingly incorruptible on the surface, whose career trajectory has been unusually swift, punctuated by a series of timely rulings favoring specific political or financial interests. Or picture a jury pool, handpicked not entirely by chance, but perhaps subtly influenced by local power brokers, where whispers of community expectations or even veiled threats might reach jurors before they even set foot in the deliberation room. There were indeed instances where judges, through promises of higher office, financial inducements, or even subtle forms of blackmail, became unwitting or willing pawns. Similarly, jurors faced immense pressure, from social ostracization to more direct forms of intimidation, to deliver verdicts that served the powerful rather than the truth. The psychological impact of such corruption is profound. The judiciary is meant to be the unyielding bulwark against injustice, the ultimate arbiter of truth. When judges are perceived as biased, the law itself loses its mora. This creates an environment where fear can overshadow fairness, where the powerful understand they can operate with impunity, and where ordinary citizens feel utterly powerless against a system designed, ostensibly, to protect them. For us today, understanding this historical vulnerability means advocating fiercely for nonpartisan judicial appointments, where merit and ethical conduct are paramount, not political favors. It means demanding stronger protections for jurors, ensuring their anonymity and safety from external pressures. And critically, it means supporting independent judicial oversight committees with genuine power to investigate and sanction misconduct, reinforcing the integrity of those who wield the gavel. Now, let's draw clear and sobering parallels between these historical manipulations and the ongoing themes of systemic inequality that continue to plague our society. The historical tendency for the judicial system to bend for the elite was not an isolated phenomenon, it was a symptom of a broader imbalance, one where access to justice, and justice itself, often depended on one's social standing, wealth, or even race. Think about the stark disparity in how crimes were prosecuted and sentences handed down based on who the defendant was, rather than solely on the nature of the offense. For instance, a minor infraction by a disadvantaged individual might lead to severe penalties, while a powerful figure involved in extensive corporate malfeasance could navigate the legal labyrinth with relative ease, often with a slap on the wrist or an out-of-court settlement that avoided public scrutiny. This wasn't merely coincidence, it was the ingrained outcome of a system that, while purporting to be blind, often saw quite clearly who had the resources to fight and who didn't. Psychologically, this perpetuates a deeply damaging cycle. It reinforces the perception among marginalized communities that the system is not designed for them, fostering deep resentment, disenfranchisement, and a sense of collective trauma. It creates a schism in society, where trust in institutions is fragmented, and the promise of equal opportunity rings hollow for many. This insidious inequality, cloaked in legal procedure, wounds the collective psyche, hindering social cohesion and undermining the very ideals upon which a just society is built. What practical steps can we take? We must actively support legal aid organizations that provide critical representation to those who cannot afford it, thereby leveling the playing field. We need to advocate tirelessly for comprehensive sentencing reform that addresses historical biases and ensures proportionality. Engage in constructive dialogue within your communities and with your elected officials about judicial equity, and scrutinize the judicial appointments made at all levels of government. Remember, our vigilance is the ultimate safeguard against the illusion of justice becoming a permanent reality. The illusion of justice, as we've explored today, is a powerful and dangerous mirage. It's a testament to how easily even the most noble institutions can be swayed by the currents of power and privilege. Understanding these historical vulnerabilities is not about casting blame, but about fortifying our present and future. It's about recognizing that true justice requires constant vigilance, active participation, and an unwavering commitment to equality for all, not just for the favored few. As we conclude this chapter, reflect on how these systemic manipulations laid the groundwork for further abuses of power in Washington, a theme we'll delve into even deeper as we turn our attention to the hidden levers of political influence in our next chapter. Chapter 19, The Whistleblower's Fate. Welcome back to Washington Confidential. In this chapter, we delve into a profound and often somber truth, one that casts a long, cautionary shadow over the corridors of power. Chapter 19, The Whistleblower's Fate. Here, we confront the stark and often tragic consequences awaiting those brave enough to try and expose inconvenient truths, individuals who dare to lift the veil on the machinations of the powerful, believing that the public good transcends institutional loyalty. This isn't merely a tale of defiance, it is a testament to immense courage met with crushing retaliation, a stark reminder that the pursuit of transparency often comes at an unimaginable personal cost. What does it truly mean to stand against an entrenched system, armed only with integrity and a damning secret? To illustrate this harrowing journey, let us consider an early, archetypal figure within the bureaucratic labyrinth of mid-20th century Washington, a man we shall call Elias Vance. Elias wasn't a fiery revolutionary or an ideological radical. He was, in fact, the quintessential civil servant, meticulous, dedicated, and deeply committed to the principles of his nation. For 23 years, Elias had quietly served as a senior analyst within a highly compartmentalized intelligence division, a career path he had chosen out of a genuine belief in protecting national security. His office, tucked away on a forgotten floor of an imposing, granite-clad building, was filled with overflowing file cabinets and the hum of early computing machines. He was an expert in his field, a man whose quiet competence earned him the trust of his superiors, even as his unassuming demeanor often left him overlooked. One chilly autumn evening, working late on a project far removed from his usual remit, Elias stumbled upon a series of classified directives that sent a cold dread through him. These documents, carefully coded and deliberately obfuscated, revealed an elaborate, multi-million-dollar program that wasn't merely inefficient or misguided, it was fundamentally illegal and morally reprehensible. It outlines systematic, unsanctioned surveillance of American citizens, not for reasons of national security as loosely defined, but for gathering political leverage against burgeoning social movements, using taxpayer dollars to subvert democratic processes from within. The implications were staggering, a profound betrayal of the very people Elias had sworn to protect. He spent weeks quietly cross-referencing, piecing together fragments of information, until the picture was undeniably clear, horrifying in its scope and audacity. Now, imagine the psychological crucible Elias found himself in. For him, this wasn't an academic exercise, it was a deeply personal crisis of conscience. He was a man steeped in the culture of secrecy, bound by oaths and loyalties forged over decades. Yet, he also held an unshakable belief in the Constitution and the inherent rights of individuals. The internal conflict must have been excruciating, the primal fear of destroying his career, of jeopardizing his family's stability, versus the overwhelming moral imperative to expose a profound injustice. This isn't a decision made lightly, it's a soul-searching battle between institutional loyalty and a higher allegiance to truth and justice. Why does this matter so deeply to us? Because it illuminates the immense personal burden carried by those who, in good conscience, choose to sacrifice everything for principles larger than themselves. It helps us understand that the act of whistleblowing is not born of malice or grandstanding, but often from a profound, agonizing sense of duty. For us, the listeners, it prompts a crucial reflection: how would we respond when faced with such an ethical chasm? What values would ultimately guide our own decisions when the stakes are immeasurably high? Elias, being a man of procedure, initially followed internal protocols, albeit discreetly. He attempted to raise his concerns through official channels, presenting his meticulously compiled evidence to a true. Elias made the agonizing decision to go public, leaking sanitized, carefully vetted documents to a respected investigative journalist known for her unwavering commitment to truth. He believed, perhaps naively, that the sheer weight of the evidence would compel action, that public outrage would force accountability. What followed, however, was not the justice he envisioned, but a systematic, brutal campaign of retaliation designed not just to silence him, but to utterly obliterate him. Within days of the story breaking, Elias Vance was immediately suspended without pay, his security clearance, a badge of honor meticulously earned over decades, revoked overnight. But this was merely the beginning of his professional destruction. Anonymous sources, clearly connected to powerful figures within the very intelligence community he had served, began planting insidious stories in rival newspapers and whispers across Capitol Hill. They questioned his sanity, his judgment, his very patriotism, painting him as a disgruntled, unstable employee with a hidden agenda. His financial records were scrutinized, his past relationships probed, his character assassinated with surgical precision. He faced an internal investigation that dragged on for years, funded by unlimited government resources, draining his entire life savings and forcing him to sell his modest home to cover legal fees. He was blacklisted from his profession, his expertise suddenly rendered toxic, unemployable in any field even remotely connected to government work. The personal toll was even more devastating. His wife, a schoolteacher, found herself subjected to subtle yet persistent pressures at her job. Grants she had applied for were mysteriously denied, opportunities rescinded without clear explanation. His children faced ostracism at school, whispers following them in the hallways, playground taunts about their traitor father. Former colleagues, once close friends, now actively avoided him, their gazes shifting away in crowded hallways, fearing guilt by association, lest they too become targets. Elias became a pariah, living under constant surveillance, his phone undoubtedly tapped, his every move meticulously scrutinized for any perceived flaw that could further discredit him. He was not just isolated, he was demonized, his integrity systematically dismantled piece by painful piece. The profound irony was that he, a man who believed he was upholding the highest ideals of his country, was being persecuted by the very institutions that claimed to embody those ideals. Why does this relentless, multifaceted retaliation matter so profoundly? Because it serves a purpose far beyond merely punishing an individual. Psychologically, it is designed to create a chilling effect, an unspoken warning to anyone else contemplating similar disclosures. It seeks to break the individual, making them regret their actions and serving as a terrifying example to deter future truth-tellers. The insidious nature of these attacks, personal, reputational, financial, and even affecting one's family, aims to strip the whistleblower of their support networks, their identity, and ultimately, their will. This can lead to profound and lasting psychological trauma, including chronic anxiety, depression, and even post-traumatic stress. It is an attack on the soul as much as on the career, a deliberate attempt to extinguish the very flame of integrity that drove the whistleblower to act. For us, the listeners, recognizing these sophisticated tactics is crucial. It helps us to critically evaluate official narratives, particularly when they involve the demonization of individuals claiming to expose wrongdoing. Practically, it underscores the importance of thoroughly documenting every interaction, every piece of evidence, and building robust, trustworthy support networks for anyone considering a courageous stand. It also highlights the critical need for stronger legal protections for whistleblowers, and for a societal shift that champions transparency over secrecy, and integrity over institutional self-pre. Chapter 20, A Legacy of Secrets. Welcome back to Washington Confidential. As we approach the culmination of our journey through the intricate corridors of power, we arrive at Chapter 20, aptly titled A Legacy of Secrets. This chapter isn't merely a conclusion, it's a critical bridge, connecting the historical tapestry we've meticulously woven with the vibrant, often turbulent, political landscape of today. Our deep dive now centers on understanding the profound, Long-term impact of the 1950s political machine. That clandestine, remarkably effective apparatus of influence and control on modern American politics. Think about it for a moment. We've spent considerable time unraveling the threads of a bygone era, examining the figures, the backroom dealings, the unspoken agreements that shaped governance decades ago. But why does this history truly matter to us, sitting here in the 21st century? It matters because the echoes of that machine resonate still, perhaps in different forms, but with undeniable power. The architects of influence in the 1950s, whether they knew it or not, laid down fundamental blueprints for how power could be consolidated, how public opinion could be subtly guided, and how seemingly impenetrable networks of connections could be forged. Their methods, refined and adapted, continue to inform the strategies employed by those who seek to shape our nation's direction today. We are not just looking at history, we are seeing the foundational elements of our present reality. The persistent questions of who truly holds the reins of power, and how transparently they wield them, are direct descendants of the challenges posed by that earlier, more opaque system. Let's now pivot to a more detailed examination, beginning with an essential summary of how the very nature of DC corruption has evolved, from the veiled machinations of the 1950s straight through to our contemporary political environment. In the Eisenhower era, the archetype of corruption often manifested as direct patronage, quid pro quo arrangements, and the quiet exchange of favors for political appointments or lucrative government contracts. Imagine a powerful committee chairman, operating from a wood-paneled office, discreetly ensuring a defense contract landed in the lap of a specific firm, not necessarily because they were the most qualified, but because their executives were generous donors, or perhaps had a relative in a key position. This wasn't always illegal in the strictest sense of the word, but it was certainly unethical, blurring the lines between public service and private gain. The system relied on personal relationships, unspoken understandings, and a culture of deference. Fast forward through the decades. The tumultuous 1960s and 70s, punctuated by the seismic shock waves of Watergate, brought about significant reforms. Campaign finance laws were tightened, ethics committees gained more teeth, and public scrutiny intensified. The overt brown envelope exchanges became riskier. Yet, the impulse to influence, to gain an advantage, never vanished, it merely adapted. We saw the rise of political action committees, or PACs, which allowed for collective giving from various interest groups. Then came soft money donations, funds given to political parties for party-building activities rather than directly to candidates, a loophole that quickly expanded into a major avenue for corporate and union influence. Think of a well-funded industry group contributing millions to a political party's national convention, ostensibly for logistics, but inherently buying a seat at the table, gaining access to key decision-makers who would later consider legislation directly impacting that industry. This was a sophisticated evolution, moving away from explicit bribes towards a more institutionalized, albeit still ethically fraught, form of transactional politics. And where are we now? The landscape has transformed yet again. We witness the pervasive influence of super PACs, which can raise and spend unlimited amounts of money to overtly support or oppose political candidates, as long as they don't coordinate directly with campaigns. The concept of dark money now dominates headlines, where non-profit organizations can spend vast sums on political advertising without disclosing their donors, making it incredibly difficult to trace the ultimate source of influence. The revolving door phenomenon has become a well-oiled mechanism. Former members of Congress or high-ranking government officials quickly transition into lucrative lobbying positions, leveraging their insider knowledge and connections to benefit private interests. Consider a former Assistant Secretary of Energy, within months of leaving public service, joining the board of a major energy company that frequently lobbies the very department they once helped lead. Their expertise, connections, and understanding of the regulatory environment become highly valuable commodities. This is not the blatant corruption of the 1950s, but a far more intricate, legally sanctioned system of influence that can be just as potent, if not more so. Why does understanding this evolution matter psychologically? It's crucial because it reveals the remarkable adaptability of power. It shows us that human nature's inherent drive for influence, for advantage, for control, is constant. It doesn't disappear simply because rules are put in place. Instead, it finds new pathways, new interpretations of regulations, new loopholes to exploit. When we recognize this, we move beyond a simplistic view of good guys and bad guys and begin to understand the systemic forces at play. Without this historical context, one might feel overwhelmed, even cynical, believing that modern political machinations are unique and insurmountable. However, by seeing the lineage, we gain a critical perspective. We learn to identify the enduring patterns of influence, even as their outward forms change. This awareness, paradoxically, can transform potential helplessness into a sense of informed agency. It allows us to view the current political landscape not as an impenetrable fortress, but as a structure with a discernible history, one that has been built and can, therefore, be reformed. So, what are the practical steps you can take with this knowledge? First, cultivate critical media consumption. When you read about a new piece of legislation, a controversial political appointment, or a significant policy shift, don't just accept the surface narrative. Ask yourself, who benefits from this? Who funded the campaigns of the officials pushing this? Have any former officials from relevant agencies recently moved into the private sector roles that stand to gain? Follow the money trail, as much as public records allow. Second, recognize the patterns. If you see a major corporation making large political donations just before a regulatory decision that benefits them, or a think tank publishing a report aligning perfectly with an industry's lobbying agenda, connect those dots. Understand that these are not isolated incidents but often part of a larger, evolving strategy of influence, a direct descendant of the early machine's tactics. This doesn't mean every connection is nefarious, but it demands a discerning eye, and we are moving beyond mere diagnosis and towards prescription. Think of it this way: for much of this book, we've been like detectives, piecing together clues from old files and forgotten testimonies. We've unearthed the blueprints of a powerful, often hidden, architectural structure, the political machine. Now, having seen these blueprints, having understood how the foundations were laid, how the systems were designed, and how they adapted over time, we are uniquely equipped. We are no longer just potential victims of its ongoing influence, nor are we mere passive spectators. We are becoming informed architects, capable not just of identifying the flaws in the existing structure, but also of envisioning, advocating for, and ultimately helping to construct better, more transparent, and more equitable democratic frameworks. This chapter marks the moment where awareness transforms into purpose, where historical insight catalyzes future engagement. It is an invitation to transition from understanding what was and what is to contemplating what could be. Psychologically, this preparation is paramount because it pivots the listener from a state of potential resignation, a feeling that this is just how things are, to one of informed agency. It effectively manages expectations, too, by implying that while change is absolutely possible, it is neither instantaneous nor effortless. It requires sustained effort, critical thinking, and a willingness to engage with complexity. This shift instills a crucial sense of hope, a belief that by understanding the historical roots of current challenges, we are better positioned to address them effectively. But it's a hope tempered with the realism that genuine, lasting change requires perseverance. It is, in essence, a profound call to action, subtly yet powerfully presented, inviting you to become an active force in shaping our collective future rather than simply accepting its predetermined course. For your practical application steps in this preparatory phase, first, cultivate a mental resilience. Understand that confronting these entrenched legacies of influence is a long game. It requires patience, persistence, and an unwavering commitment to democratic principles. Don't expect instant victories, but celebrate incremental progress. Second, actively shift your perspective. Begin to view yourself not as a mere voter or consumer of political news, but as an active participant in the ongoing democratic experiment. Your informed perspective, your questions, and your engagement, no matter how small they might seem, are vital inputs into the system. This means embracing a mindset of continuous learning, critical inquiry, and constructive engagement with the political process, however flawed it may appear. In summary, a legacy of secrets has traced the indelible fingerprints of the 1950s political machine across the decades, illustrating how its foundational strategies of influence, power consolidation, and ethical ambiguity have evolved into the sophisticated, often veiled, mechanisms we see today. We've moved from dusty archives to the present-day headlines, understanding that the past is not merely prologue, but an active, shaping force. This chapter has served as our vital link, cementing the understanding that the historical underpinnings of power are not just academic curiosities, but crucial keys to comprehending and navigating our contemporary political landscape. We are now equipped with a deeper perspective, a heightened sense of awareness, and a prepared mindset for the road ahead. In our next and final chapter, we will delve into the precise mechanisms through which citizens, armed with this invaluable knowledge, can begin to dismantle these inherited legacies of opaque influence and build a more transparent, more accountable, and ultimately, more equitable future for all. The journey has been long, but the destination-informed empowerment is now within reach. The 7-Day Civic Action Plan. Welcome back to Washington Confidential. We've journeyed deep into the labyrinthine corridors of power, peeled back the layers of influence, and shone a light on the intricate mechanisms that often operate just beyond public view. We've explored the hidden agendas, the quiet deals, and the profound impact of decisions made far from the watchful eyes of everyday citizens. But merely understanding these dynamics, however crucial, is only the first step. True engagement demands action. It calls for each of us to transition from informed observers to active participants, to become stewards of the democratic process rather than passive recipients of its outcomes. This chapter, the 7-Day Civic Action Plan, is not merely an intellectual exercise, it is a practical blueprint, a strategic guide designed to empower you, the listener, to become a more proactive and profoundly aware citizen. It is about taking the revelations we've uncovered throughout this series and translating them into tangible, impactful steps within your own community. We often feel a sense of overwhelming powerlessness when confronted with the vast scale of national politics and corporate influence. The issues seem too grand, the players too powerful, the system too entrenched. But what if I told you that real, meaningful change often begins at the local level, in your city council chambers, your school board meetings, your neighborhood associations? What if the power to shape your immediate world, and by extension, contribute to a healthier democracy, lies closer than you think? This plan is constructed on the bedrock principle that an informed and engaged citizenry is the ultimate safeguard against the very forces of unchecked power and opaque governance we've discussed. It offers modern-day applications, recognizing that the landscape of information and influence has dramatically shifted in our digital age. Misinformation spreads rapidly, special interests wield sophisticated tools, and the sheer volume of data can often feel paralyzing. Therefore, our approach must be deliberate, strategic, and grounded in verifiable facts and direct observation. We'll explore how to cut through the noise, identify the genuine levers of power, and, most importantly, how to activate your own agency. This isn't about becoming a full-time activist, though it might ignite that spark in some of you. It's about integrating a consistent, manageable level of civic vigilance into your life, ensuring that your voice, and the voices of your community, are not only heard but truly considered. Are you ready to move beyond understanding and embrace action? Let's begin this transformative 7-day journey together. Our first 2 days, Day 1 and Day 2, lay the foundational groundwork for informed engagement. The core task: audit your local news sources for bias and trace their funding. Why is this so critical? Think about it. Our perception of reality, our understanding of local issues, and our opinions on candidates and policies are profoundly shaped by the information we consume. If that information is consistently skewed, incomplete, or subtly influenced by external agendas, then our ability to make sound civic decisions is compromised from the outset. Let me paint a picture. Imagine a bustling Midwestern city, a community much like yours, grappling with a controversial proposal to rezone a beloved public park for a new luxury condominium development. For weeks, the main local newspaper, the Metro Herald, ran numerous glowing articles about the project. They highlighted the economic benefits, the modern architecture, and the prestige it would bring. The headlines often featured quotes from the developers themselves and city officials who supported the plan, while any dissenting voices were relegated to brief mentions buried deep within the story, often framed as naysayers or emotional residents. A curious citizen, let's call her Eleanor, a retired librarian with a keen eye for detail, began to notice a pattern. She recalled the Metro Herald had also championed several It turned out the Metro Herald was owned by a large regional media conglomerate. With a few more clicks, searching through public records and financial reports, she discovered something unsettling. This very media conglomerate, the parent company of the Metro Herald, held substantial investment interests in one of the primary development firms pushing for the park rezoning. The seemingly objective reporting, the overwhelmingly positive framing, and the downplaying of community opposition suddenly made chilling sense. The newspaper wasn't just reporting the news, it was subtly, or perhaps not so subtly, advocating for its own financial interests. From a psychological perspective, this matters immensely. We are all susceptible to what's known as confirmation bias, a powerful human tendency to seek out and interpret information in a way that confirms our pre-existing beliefs or desires. When our primary news sources consistently present a particular narrative, especially one that aligns with comfortable assumptions or appeals to our aspirations like economic growth, we tend to absorb it without critical scrutiny. The illusion of objectivity, the idea that a news organization is a neutral purveyor of facts, is incredibly potent. When that illusion is shattered, it can lead to deep cynicism and disengagement, or, conversely, a profound awakening. Furthermore, the framing effect, how information is presented, significantly sways our perception. Highlighting certain aspects while downplaying others isn't just a journalistic choice, it's a powerful tool of influence. Understanding this helps us deconstruct the narratives we're fed and ask, who benefits from me believing this particular version of events? It encourages us to challenge the comfortable and seek out the uncomfortable truths that might be obscured. So, how do you practically apply this? Start by identifying your primary local news sources. This isn't just the newspaper, it includes local television news, popular radio stations, prominent local blogs, community Facebook groups, and even neighborhood newsletters. For each source, ask yourself, who owns this outlet? A simple search for news outlet name ownership can often reveal whether it's an independent local paper, part of a larger chain like Gannett or Sinclair Broadcast Group, or even owned by a private equity firm. Explore their About Us pages or their corporate websites for mission statements and mastheads. Next, look for clues about their financial ties. While direct financial statements for private companies can be difficult to access, you can often find information about their parent company's broader investments or political donations through public databases if they are publicly traded or have political action committees. Pay attention to their advertisers. Are there consistent patterns in who advertises heavily, especially in relation to certain news topics? Cross-reference their coverage of a controversial local issue with that of another, perhaps smaller or independent, local outlet or a community activist group's blog. Notice the language used. Is it emotionally charged or neutral? Does it present multiple perspectives equally, or does one perspective dominate? Does it quote diverse sources, or does it lean heavily on official statements or a select few experts? This meticulous, almost detective-like work over day 1 and day 2 will profoundly shift your understanding of the information ecosystem within your own community, empowering you to discern fact from subtly engineered narrative. Moving into day 3 and day 4, your focus shifts from the messengers to the influencers. The task is to research the top lobbyists and corporate donors in your local government. Why embark on this particular investigation? Because in many ways, money is the unspoken language of power in politics, even at the local level. While national headlines often trumpet the massive sums spent by K Street in Washington, D.C., the insidious creep of corporate influence and well-funded lobbying efforts in city halls. Don't forget to examine meeting minutes and public records of zoning board decisions or council votes. Are there specific votes that seem to contradict public sentiment or benefit a particular entity disproportionately? Trace the financial connections of those beneficiaries back to local officials. This detailed work over day 3 and 4 will equip you with a powerful understanding of who is truly pulling the strings behind the scenes in your community. As we move into day 5 and day 6, we transition from research to direct observation and engagement. Your task for these 2 days is to attend a community board meeting or participate in a public town hall. Why is this step so profoundly important? Because there's a distinct difference between reading about governance and witnessing it firsthand. News reports and research summaries are filtered lenses. Attending a public meeting is like stepping directly into the arena. It's where policy becomes tangible, where rhetoric meets reality, and where the human element of democracy is most vividly on display. It's an opportunity to gauge the temperament of your elected officials, to hear the unvarnished concerns of your neighbors, and to understand the nuances of local issues that often get lost in broader narratives. Let's consider the experience of a young professional named Marcus, living in a mid-sized city, who felt largely disconnected from local politics. He found the idea of attending a city council meeting daunting, assuming it would be dull, bureaucratic, and irrelevant to his life. However, after completing his research for days 1 through 4, he discovered a proposed change to local zoning laws that could impact the affordability of housing in his neighborhood, a topic he cared deeply about. Following the Civic Action Plan, Marcus decided to attend the next Planning Commission meeting where the issue was on the agenda. He arrived a little nervous, sitting among a sparse crowd of older residents and a few local journalists. At first, the meeting seemed to confirm his fears: dry presentations, technical jargon, and procedural votes. But then, the discussion turned to the zoning proposal. He watched as community members, some frail with age, others impassioned young parents, stepped up to the microphone during the public comment period. They spoke not just about statistics, but about their lives, the fear of rising rents, the threat to local small businesses, the potential for displacement. He saw the expressions on the commissioners' faces, some attentive, others dismissive. He heard the careful, almost evasive, answers given by city staff. He noticed the body language, the alliances, the subtle cues that revealed underlying tensions and agendas. Marcus didn't speak that night, but he left transformed. He realized that these weren't just abstract political processes, they were deeply human dramas unfolding in real time, directly impacting people he knew. He saw the power of a collective voice, even if it felt small, and recognized the vulnerability of his community when few were paying attention. He also noticed that some of the officials seemed genuinely surprised by the depth of community feeling, perhaps because their primary engagement usually came from lobbyists or developers, not everyday citizens. From a psychological perspective, attending these meetings is a powerful antidote to civic apathy and the bystander effect. When we feel removed from the process, we assume others will take care of it, or that our individual presence won't make a difference. However, direct observation grounds the abstract concepts of governance in concrete reality. It activates our sense of agency. Seeing people like ourselves stand up and speak, witnessing the direct interaction between citizens and their representatives, can be incredibly motivating. It provides a real-time understanding of emotional intelligence, or lack thereof, from our officials. Furthermore, it combats the dehumanizing effect of media filters. Instead of a soundbite or a carefully crafted press release, they realized that by pooling their insights, they could see the whole picture, identify common pressure points, and strategize more effectively. Their discussion group, born out of this 7-day plan, became a regular forum, evolving into a potent force for local advocacy, challenging decisions, and proposing alternative solutions. From a psychological standpoint, forming a discussion group addresses several critical human needs. Firstly, It combats isolation and the feeling of being a lone voice in a vast, complex system. Shared understanding provides social validation, reinforcing the importance of one's findings and efforts. Secondly, it leverages the principle of collective intelligence. What one person misses, another might catch, leading to a more comprehensive and nuanced understanding of issues. Group discussion allows for the healthy debate of interpretations, challenging assumptions, and refining insights. This collaborative environment fosters a sense of collective efficacy, the belief that a group can successfully execute a task, which is far more powerful than individual efficacy in the face of systemic challenges. It also provides a built-in mechanism for accountability and sustained vigilance. Knowing you'll be discussing your findings with others keeps you engaged and motivated to continue your research and observation. Ultimately, humans are social creatures, and working towards a shared, positive goal for the community fulfills a deep-seated desire for belonging and purpose, transforming potential disillusionment into active hope. Practically, here's how to bring Day 7 to life. Reach out to friends, family members, neighbors, or colleagues who share your interest in civic engagement. Start small, perhaps with just 2 or 3 people. Suggest a casual meeting over coffee, at someone's home, or even virtually to simply share what each of you discovered during your week of civic action. Establish ground rules for respectful dialogue, ensuring everyone has a chance to speak and listen. Focus on sharing observations and facts, rather than immediately jumping to grand solutions, though those will naturally emerge. Discuss questions like, what surprised you most? Were there any patterns? Did your understanding of a local issue change? What specific actions, if any, could we take as a group based on these findings? This might include writing a collective letter to the editor, attending future meetings together, organizing a petition, or simply continuing to monitor specific issues. Consider making these discussions a regular occurrence, perhaps once a month, to maintain momentum and ensure ongoing civic vigilance. This collaborative approach transforms individual awareness into collective power, moving your community one step closer to truly transparent and accountable governance. So, as we conclude this chapter, reflect on the journey you've just undertaken. From auditing news sources to understanding financial influence, from direct observation in public meetings to fostering collective vigilance in discussion groups, you've equipped yourself with a formidable toolkit. This 7-day civic action plan is not meant to be a one-time exercise, but rather a repeatable cycle, a framework for continuous engagement. The truths uncovered in Washington Confidential reveal the vulnerabilities inherent in any system of power. But the strength of a democracy ultimately rests not in the absence of influence, but in the presence of an engaged, informed, and active citizenry willing to shine a light into every hidden corner. Remember, the power of knowledge is amplified by action. Your community, your city, your nation, truly depends on it. The hidden machinations we've discussed throughout this book thrive in the shadows of public indifference. By stepping into the light, by asking the difficult questions, and by demanding accountability, you become an indispensable force for good. This is where the story of Washington Confidential truly finds its purpose, not just in revealing what is, but in inspiring what can be. No. Summary: the enduring echoes of Confidential. Welcome back, dear listener, to the 24th and final chapter of Washington Confidential. We have journeyed together through the labyrinthine corridors of power, peeled back the velvet curtains of the establishment, and stared unflinchingly into the shadowed corners of a bygone era, yet one that echoes with uncanny resonance in our present day. Over the span of these past 290 minutes, we've explored the intricate dance of ambition and vulnerability, the corrosive effects of unbridled power, and the cyclical nature of human drama played out on the grand stage of American governance. This concluding chapter isn't merely a recap, it's an invitation to pause, reflect, and synthesize the profound insights gleaned from our deep dive into the 1950s, to understand not just what happened, but why it matters, and how its enduring lessons continue to shape our world. Our core mission in this final session is to wrap up this immersive journey by drawing out the most vital takeaways concerning the timeless interplay of power, the immutable facets of human nature, and the often overlooked phenomenon of historical repetition. We will crystallize the profound wisdom embedded within the tales of intrigue, compromise, and moral ambiguity that we've so carefully examined. What did those whispered secrets, those clandestine meetings, those carefully constructed public facades truly reveal about the machinery of Washington? And more importantly, what do they reveal about us, about our societies, and about the perennial challenges of maintaining integrity in the face of immense temptation? Let us now bring these disparate threads together, weaving them into a tapestry of understanding that hopefully empowers you, the discerning listener, to navigate the complexities of power and politics with newfound clarity and insight. As we cast our gaze back over the sprawling narrative, three particular revelations stand out, each possessing a singular power to shock, to inform, and to fundamentally alter our perception of how influence truly operates within the hallowed halls of power. These weren't mere footnotes, they were seismic shifts in the understanding of how Washington truly functioned beneath its polished exterior. Our first truly shocking revelation, unearthed from the carefully guarded archives and the hushed confessions, was the sheer, audacious scale of systemic influence peddling and the widespread practice of what can only be described as transactional politics that permeated every level of the Capitol. This wasn't about isolated incidents of bribery, easily dismissed as aberrations, it was about an entire ecosystem built upon favors, quid pro quos, and the cultivation of personal indebtedness that extended far beyond the public's wildest imagination. Imagine, if you will, a vast, intricate web, almost invisible to the casual observer, where decisions in Congress, appointments to powerful committees, and even the awarding of lucrative government contracts were often subtly, or not so subtly, swayed by personal connections forged in exclusive social clubs, over private dinners, or during clandestine weekend retreats. It painted a picture where the declared principles of public service often took a backseat to the relentless pursuit of personal or partisan gain, skillfully disguised beneath layers of protocol and political rhetoric. Let me offer a real-world storytelling example from that era, one that encapsulates this pervasive culture. Consider the story of the gentleman lobbyist, a figure who, though never holding an official title, wielded more power than many elected officials. He was a master networker, a connoisseur of secrets, and an unparalleled facilitator. His name wasn't on any ballot, yet his influence was legendary. He specialized in connecting powerful industrialists seeking favorable legislation with key committee chairmen, not through overt cash payments, but through an elaborate system of reciprocal favors. Perhaps he would arrange for a senator's struggling nephew to secure a high-paying, no-show job at a major corporation, or perhaps he'd orchestrate a lavish, all-expenses-paid vacation for a congressman's family to a remote, exclusive resort. In return, the legislator would subtly shepherd a bill through committee, or perhaps simply ensure a particular amendment never saw the light of day. This wasn't explicit corruption in the sense of a briefcase full of cash, it was a more insidious, polite, and therefore harder to prove form of influence that blurred the lines between legitimate advocacy and undue pressure. The shock wasn't that it happened, but that it was the accepted, albeit unacknowledged, modus operandi for so many. From a psychological perspective, why does this pervasive system of transactional politics matter so deeply? It exposes a fundamental vulnerability in the human psyche, the powerful allure of reciprocal obligation and the subtle erosion of ethical boundaries. When favors are exchanged, a social contract, however informal, is established. Humans are wired to reciprocate, it's a powerful social glue. When a powerful individual does you a favor, especially one that brings significant personal benefit, there is an inherent psychological pressure to return that favor. This pressure can be far more potent than a direct bribe because it taps into our deep-seated need for social connection and our aversion to being seen as ungrateful or disloyal. Over time, these small acts of reciprocal kindness or aid can accumulate, creating a web of indebtedness that subtly shifts loyalty from public service to personal obligation. It also speaks to the human capacity for rationalization, the belief that everyone does it, or that it's just how the system works, allows individuals to justify actions that, in isolation, might appear ethically dubious. This gradual normalization of impropriety is what makes it so dangerously effective and so difficult to dismantle. It's a slow seep, not a sudden flood, eroding the foundations of trust bit by bit. For you, the listener, understanding this deep-seated psychological dynamic offers crucial practical application steps. First, cultivate a heightened sense of skepticism when examining political narratives, particularly those that appear overly polished or simplistic. Recognize that the stated reasons for a politician's actions may often mask deeper, less transparent motivations rooted in these unseen networks of obligation. Second, actively seek out and support independent, investigative journalism that is dedicated to uncovering these subtle forms of influence. These journalists often operate outside the mainstream, and their work is essential in bringing light to what thrives in the shadows. Third, advocate for robust campaign finance reform and stricter ethics laws that address not just overt bribery, but also the more subtle forms of influence peddling, such as revolving door lobbying or gifts to elected officials. Demand transparency in financial disclosures from public servants and push for clear, enforceable codes of conduct. Remember, the first step to dismantling an invisible system is to acknowledge its existence and understand its mechanics. Our second truly shocking revelation from the depths of Washington Confidential centered on the astounding vulnerability of even the most powerful figures to personal failings, moral compromises, and, perhaps most disturbingly, to direct or indirect blackmail based on their private lives. In an era often romanticized for its outward decorum and family values, the reality behind closed doors was often a stark contrast, teeming with illicit affairs, hidden vices, and financial improprieties. What was truly eye-opening was not just the existence of these transgressions, for human nature is perpetually flawed, but the systematic way in which we tend to think of fake news and information warfare as modern phenomena, products of social media algorithms. However, Washington Confidential demonstrated unequivocally that the art of shaping public opinion, of planting favorable stories, of discrediting opponents through rumor and innuendo, was already a highly refined and ruthlessly effective practice in the mid-20th century. The methods might have been different: leaks to trusted journalists, carefully placed anonymous sources, the strategic suppression of inconvenient facts, but the intent was precisely the same: to manage consent, to direct public sentiment, and to secure political advantage, often at the expense of objective reality. Consider, as a vivid illustration, the coordinated effort to discredit a rising young senator who was gaining traction for his anti-establishment stance and his inconvenient questions about military spending. His opponents, a coalition of established politicians and powerful defense contractors, recognized that a direct attack on his policies would likely backfire, given his growing popularity. Instead, they orchestrated a subtle, multi-pronged media campaign. Anonymous sources close to the senator began leaking carefully embellished stories to newspaper columnists, painting him as erratic, unpatriotic, and secretly sympathetic to communist ideals, a truly damaging accusation in the McCarthy era. Simultaneously, friendly journalists were fed exclusive insights into his alleged financial improprieties, none of which were ever substantiated but which created a cloud of suspicion. These stories were picked up and amplified by sympathetic media outlets, leading to a pervasive sense of unease about the senator. He wasn't overtly accused of anything provable, but the constant drip of negative implications slowly but surely eroded public trust. By the time he could mount a proper defense, the damage was done, his momentum was lost, his credibility tarnished, and his political career effectively derailed, all without a single provable lie needing to be printed. It was a masterclass in psychological warfare, demonstrating the power of perception over reality. From a psychological standpoint, this deep reliance on narrative control speaks to a profound aspect of human cognition, our inherent desire for coherent stories and our susceptibility to confirmation bias. We don't just consume information, we seek to fit it into existing frameworks of understanding. When a narrative is consistently presented, especially by seemingly credible sources, it begins to feel true, even without concrete evidence. The repetition of an idea, even if false, imbues it with a sense of familiarity and therefore trustworthiness. Furthermore, negative information, particularly concerning morality or loyalty, often carries more psychological weight than positive information. It triggers our innate threat detection systems. The deliberate seeding of doubt, the creation of an other to fear or distrust, appeals to tribal instincts and simplifies complex issues into easily digestible, emotionally charged narratives. The human mind, in its quest for simplicity and certainty, can become an unwitting accomplice in its own manipulation, readily accepting pre-packaged stories that align with existing biases or fears, rather than undertaking the arduous task of critical, independent verification. For the listener, the practical application steps flowing from this understanding are perhaps more critical now than ever before. First, develop an unwavering commitment to media literacy. Question the source, the motivation, and the evidence behind every piece of information you encounter, particularly in the digital realm. Diversify your news consumption, actively seeking out multiple perspectives, including those that challenge your own preconceived notions. Second, practice what might be called information hygiene. Be wary of headlines that provoke extreme emotional responses, as these are often designed to bypass critical thought. Before sharing any information, take. For listeners, the practical application steps here involve sustained vigilance and a demand for more stringent ethics rules. Support organizations that track lobbying expenditures and the revolving door phenomenon. Push for longer cooling off periods before former officials can lobby their old agencies. Demand greater transparency in the funding sources of political campaigns and the financial ties of elected officials. Educate yourself on the specific legislation being debated and try to identify who stands to benefit the most, not just ideologically, but financially. Remember, the true cost of unchecked influence isn't just financial, it's the erosion of trust in democratic institutions themselves. Similarly, the exploitation of personal vulnerabilities, so prevalent in the 1950s, has found new and terrifying avenues in the digital age. While the methods of gathering compromising information have shifted from private detectives to sophisticated cyber espionage and pervasive data collection, the fundamental tactic remains unchanged. Today, a public figure's social media history, their private emails, their browsing habits, or even seemingly innocuous personal photos can be weaponized. The dossiers of old have been replaced by digital footprints, often far more comprehensive and harder to erase. The threat of cancel culture, of a carefully curated public image being instantly shattered by past missteps or even fabricated controversies, mirrors the fear of scandal from yesteryear, but with an accelerated velocity and a global reach that the 1950s operatives could only dream of. As a contemporary example, think of the phenomenon of doxing or the strategic leaking of deeply personal information, often obtained through hacking, to discredit a political opponent or a whistleblower. A politician might hold progressive views on data privacy, only to have their own private communications, perhaps an unguarded email to a friend or a controversial social media post from their youth, exposed online. This leak, irrespective of its context or veracity, is then amplified by partisan media and social media algorithms, leading to a swift and brutal public shaming. The objective isn't necessarily to prove criminal wrongdoing, but to create enough public outrage and distraction to neutralize their political effectiveness. It's a modern form of character assassination, leveraging the instantaneous, viral nature of the Internet to achieve what used to take weeks of careful planting in newspapers. The psychological toll on the individual is immense, and the chilling effect on public discourse, where people become afraid to express nuanced opinions or engage in honest mistakes, is palpable. Psychologically, this modern form of vulnerability exploitation taps into our collective hunger for moral purity, our impulse for swift judgment, and the performative aspect of public shaming in online spaces. Social media creates an arena where individuals can signal their virtue by condemning others, leading to a cascade effect that is incredibly difficult to stop once it gains momentum. It also reveals our discomfort with ambiguity and our tendency to reduce complex individuals to single, damning data points. The fear of being cancelled can be a powerful deterrent to authentic expression and critical thought, leading to a conformity that stifles dissent and innovation. The permanent digital record of our lives means that past mistakes can be resurrected at any time, leaving little room for growth, redemption, or the complexities of human experience. For the listener, practical application steps involve a nuanced approach to online interactions and a commitment to digital literacy. Exercise extreme caution about what you share online, understanding that nothing is truly private. Advocate for stronger cybersecurity measures and robust legal protections against malicious doxing and hacking. More importantly, cultivate a culture of thoughtful engagement rather than instant condemnation online. Before participating in a pile-on, pause and consider. It is a nocturnal predator, gaining strength and audacity under the cloak of secrecy, shielded by obfuscation and the deliberate withholding of information. When light is cast upon its machinations, when its processes are laid bare for public scrutiny, its power diminishes, its grip weakens, and its ability to inflict harm is severely curtailed. Transparency is not just about revealing wrongdoing, it's about creating an environment where wrongdoing becomes inherently more difficult, more risky, and less sustainable. It fosters accountability, invites public participation, and ultimately strengthens the bonds of trust between the governed and those who govern. To illustrate this profound truth with a real-world storytelling example, consider the evolution of financial disclosure laws for public officials. For centuries, the personal finances of politicians were largely opaque. This secrecy created fertile ground for conflicts of interest, illicit enrichment, and subtle forms of corruption, as citizens had no way of knowing whether a legislator was voting on a bill that directly benefited their hidden investments. However, spurred by waves of public outcry and crusading journalists, movements for greater financial transparency gained traction. For example, in the wake of numerous scandals in the mid to late 20th century, many countries enacted comprehensive financial disclosure laws, requiring elected officials and high-ranking appointees to publicly report their assets, liabilities, income, and business dealings. While imperfect and often requiring ongoing vigilance, these laws fundamentally shifted the landscape. Imagine a newly elected city council member in a modern city where such laws are strictly enforced. Before they even cast their first vote on a zoning variance or a public works contract, their financial holdings are a matter of public record. If they vote to approve a housing development, and it's later revealed that their spouse secretly owns a substantial share in the developing company, that conflict of interest is immediately apparent and actionable. This transparency acts as a powerful deterrent. Knowing that their financial interests will be scrutinized by the public and the press, politicians are far more likely to recuse themselves from votes where conflicts exist, or to avoid such investments altogether. It's not that corruption vanishes entirely, but the mechanisms by which it can operate stealthily are significantly hampered. The light of public knowledge forces difficult choices and creates an environment where ethical conduct is not just an aspiration, but a practical necessity. From a psychological perspective, transparency addresses several core human tendencies that contribute to corruption. First, it directly counters the impulse to hide wrongdoing, which stems from the fear of shame and punishment. When actions are public, the perceived costs of corruption, reputational damage, legal repercussions, public condemnation increase dramatically, outweighing the potential benefits for many. Second, it reduces the opportunity for rationalization. It becomes far harder for an individual to justify unethical behavior to themselves when they know it will be openly judged by others. Third, transparency fosters a sense of collective ownership and vigilance. When information is shared, the burden of oversight shifts from a few isolated watchdogs to an informed citizenry. This collective scrutiny creates a powerful psychological deterrent, as the potential corrupt actor now faces not just a single investigator, but potentially thousands or millions of eyes. It leverages our innate social drives for accountability and fairness, transforming passive citizens into active guardians of integrity. For you, the listener, the practical application steps in advocating for transparency are clear and empowering. First, become an informed advocate. Understand the specific transparency laws in your local, state, and national governments. Are financial disclosures robust? Is lobbying activity publicly recorded? are govern. Call to action, join the watchdogs. Chapter 25, Call to Action, join the watchdogs. My dearest listener, as our journey through the intricate, often shadowy, corridors of Washington Confidential draws to a close, I find myself reflecting not just on the revelations we've uncovered, nor merely on the historical threads we've meticulously untangled, but on something far more profound, the enduring spirit of vigilance that this narrative, indeed, this entire enterprise of investigative journalism, seeks to awaken within each of us. We have traversed a landscape brimming with power, ambition, compromise, and integrity, witnessing moments where truth was painstakingly unearthed and times when it was deliberately obscured. We've seen the machinations behind closed doors and the consequences that ripple out into the lives of everyday citizens. But what does all this mean for you, now that the final words of this extensive account are about to fade into silence? What lasting impression, what call to conscience, does this collective memory of past struggles and triumphs leave upon your own understanding of civic responsibility? This, my friends, is not merely the end of a book, it is, I hope, the beginning of a renewed engagement, a rekindled commitment to the principles of transparency and accountability that are the bedrock of any healthy democracy. Our core concept today, as we stand at this threshold, is precisely that, encouraging your active engagement, your insightful reviews, and your further exploration of the vast, vital landscape of investigative journalism. It is about transforming you from a passive recipient of information into an active participant in the ongoing quest for truth. For too long, the narrative has often been shaped by those with vested interests, by those who prefer the comfortable shadows to the stark light of scrutiny. But with every story like Washington Confidential, with every listener who truly absorbs its lessons, we tip the scales, ever so slightly, back towards balance. Do you not feel, after hours spent immersed in these accounts, a deeper understanding, a keener sense of discernment, a sharper edge to your critical faculties? This is not accidental. It is the deliberate outcome of engaging with thoroughly researched, independently verified information. The very act of listening to this audiobook, of dedicating your valuable time to understanding the complexities and sometimes discomforting truths presented within these chapters, already marks you as someone attuned to the pulse of our society, someone who cares deeply about the integrity of our institutions and the ethical conduct of those entrusted with power. But our purpose here today extends beyond mere appreciation. It is an invitation, a solemn yet hopeful summons, to join the ranks of what we affectionately call the watchdogs. Not in any formal, organizational sense, but in spirit, indeed, in the quiet yet powerful acts of citizenship that collectively form an impenetrable defense against deception and malfeasance. Think of it as an intellectual and civic fraternity, bound not by secret handshakes or ancient oaths, but by a shared belief in the enduring power of fact, the necessity of questioning, and the unwavering commitment to shining a light into every corner. Is this not a legacy worth inheriting, a mantle worth wearing? Consider the lineage of investigative journalism itself. From the muckrakers of the early 20th century, figures like Ida Tarbell exposing the ruthless practices of Standard Oil, or Lincoln Steffens peeling back the layers of municipal corruption, to the fearless reporters who brought down the walls of Watergate, their work has always been a conversation with the public, a collaborative effort. They provided the evidence, but it was the public's engagement, their outrage, their demand for change, that ultimately transformed those revelations into catalysts for progress. Without public support, without the sustained interest and amplification from an engaged citizenry, even the most explosive exposé risks fading into obscurity, its potential for reform tragically unfulfilled. This book, Washington Confidential, stands firmly within that proud tradition, offering you not just a historical account, but a torch to carry forward. Will you join us in holding it high? Our collective consciousness, when properly informed and actively engaged, possesses an extraordinary power to shape events, to hold power accountable, and to safeguard the foundational principles of democracy. When we, as individuals, choose to critically evaluate information, it is an active form of learning and reflection, an opportunity to process and distill your intellectual journey. So, how can you practically apply this? It's straightforward, yet incredibly impactful. First, navigate to the platform where you are currently listening to this audiobook. You'll typically find an option to rate the book, often represented by a series of stars. Please, take a moment to click on the number of stars you feel accurately reflects your experience and the value you gained from Washington Confidential. Beyond that, look for the section designated for reviews or customer comments. Then, I invite you to consider this: which chapter, which specific revelation, which character's story, or which particular turn of events within these pages resonated most deeply with you? Was it the intricate expose of a long-forgotten scandal that revealed profound systemic flaws? Perhaps it was the unsung courage of an individual who dared to speak truth to power against overwhelming odds. Was there a particular analysis of political psychology that shifted your perspective? Think about that moment when you paused, perhaps even rewound a few seconds, struck by a particular insight. What made that moment stand out? Share that. Even a few sentences detailing your favorite chapter and why it made an impression can be incredibly powerful. Did Chapter 7, focusing on the subtle pressures that can lead good people to compromise their principles, make you reflect on the complexities of ethical decision-making? Or did Chapter 19, which meticulously detailed the rise and fall of a powerful political dynasty, offer you new insights into the cyclical nature of ambition and its consequences? By offering these specifics, you not only help other potential listeners discover the rich tapestry of this book, but you also provide invaluable feedback that fuels the continued pursuit of similar stories. Your voice, in this context, is not just heard, it amplifies the call for vigilance. Secondly, I strongly encourage you to direct your attention to our publisher's official website. This isn't merely an advertisement, it is an invitation to further exploration, to delve deeper into the rich catalog of historical exposés and investigative journalism that our publishing house proudly champions. Allow me another real-world storytelling example. Consider someone named Marcus. Marcus, a lifelong history enthusiast, thoroughly enjoyed Washington Confidential, particularly its ability to connect seemingly disparate historical events into a cohesive, compelling narrative. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction after finishing the book, but also a lingering curiosity, a hunger for more. Following my earlier suggestion, he visited the publisher's website. There, he didn't just find a static list of titles, he discovered a curated collection of works that extended the very themes he cherished in Washington Confidential. He found another audiobook, for instance, a meticulous investigation into the financial crises of the early 20th century, which illuminated the historical antecedents to some of the economic manipulations discussed in our book. He also found a series of essays by renowned historians that offered different interpretations of the very events he had just absorbed, allowing him to engage in a deeper, more nuanced intellectual dialogue. Most significantly, he stumbled upon a pre-order announcement for an upcoming title by a new investigative journalist, promising to unearth contemporary instances of the very institutional opaqueness that Washington Confidential had so artfully chronicled in its historical context. Marcus subscribed to the publisher's newsletter, becoming part of a community that consistently receives updates on new works dedicated to shedding light on important societal issues. This website became his trusted portal, a wellspring of informed perspectives, allowing him to continue his education and engagement with critical insights long after the final chapter of our current narrative. He didn't just read a book. The truth is a relentless hunter. It reminds her that her job is not to manufacture outrage, but simply to uncover, to meticulously document, to present the facts. She understands that once unleashed, once clearly presented, truth possesses an inherent momentum, a power to expose and ultimately to overcome. This young journalist, through her unwavering dedication, eventually becomes a formidable figure in the muckraking movement, her work instrumental in sparking nationwide reforms. Her success wasn't just about her diligence, it was about her faith in the inherent power of the truth itself, a faith continually reinforced by that powerful quote. Is there not profound comfort and fierce inspiration in such a belief? Psychologically, the power of a well-chosen, inspiring quote at the conclusion of such a journey cannot be overstated. It serves as a potent anchor, a concise encapsulation of the entire experience, designed to linger in your mind and resonate within your spirit. This is where the peak-end rule comes into play. Humans tend to remember the beginning and the end of an experience most vividly. By concluding with a powerful articulation of the book's core philosophy, we aim to imprint a lasting message of purpose and encouragement. Such a quote taps into our fundamental desire for meaning and higher purpose. It elevates the often gritty details of investigative work to a more universal, almost philosophical plane. It doesn't just inform, it inspires, it challenges, it empowers. It transmutes the intellectual engagement into an emotional resolve, a personal commitment. It acts as a powerful call to action, not just for immediate tasks like leaving a review, but for a lifelong stance of vigilance and intellectual courage. When you carry such a sentiment, you are imbued with a sense of mission, a quiet but firm determination to be a force for good, a beacon of clarity in a world often shrouded in fog. Does your spirit not yearn for such an uplift, such a guiding star? So, let these words, the culmination of our shared intellectual odyssey, truly resonate with you. Let them be a compass in your continued search for understanding, a reminder of the bedrock principle that underpins all genuine progress and all robust democracy. The truth is not always beautiful, nor is it always welcome, but it is always essential. For it is only in the stark light of truth that we can truly see, truly understand, and truly begin to build a better future. Ponder these words for a moment. The truth is not always beautiful, nor is it always welcome. How many times in Washington Confidential did we encounter uncomfortable truths, revelations that exposed human folly, systemic injustice, or individual moral failings? These were not pretty stories, were they? They were complex, often messy, and sometimes profoundly disillusioning. And yet, how crucial was it for these stories to be told, for these facts to be brought into the open? Think of the entrenched interests, the powerful figures, the societal inertia that often resists the unveiling of unwelcome truths. It is far easier, perhaps, to live in a comfortable delusion, to accept a sanitized narrative, than to confront the often harsh realities that investigative journalism brings to light. But as the quote continues, but it is always essential. This is the crux. Without that stark, sometimes painful, light of truth, how can we possibly identify the problems that need solving? How can we hold those responsible to account? How can we learn from past mistakes and prevent their recurrence? Ignorance, willful or otherwise, is not bliss, it is a breeding ground for manipulation, injustice, and ultimately, decline. For it is only in the stark light of truth that we can truly see, truly understand, and truly begin to build a better future. This is the promise, the profound hope embedded within every investigative effort. Truly see. This implies seeing beyond the surface, beyond the propaganda, beyond the carefully constructed facades. It means seeing the underlying mechanisms, th. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you found value, meaning, or inspiration in this journey, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you won't miss the next chapter. Your support helps us bring more timeless classics to life. See you in the next reading.